All right, folks, welcome back. It is that time again, right? We are back with our what? How should I describe this? Our try annually, maybe biannually, visit to Neverwinter Online. Neverwinter Online is a game that was brought to us by Cryptic, and it changed hands a couple times for who the owner is. I think it's still currently under the ownership of Gearbox. So I played this live service game for ever since its release. So it's been over 10 years, right? I think this might be year 12. Soon to be year 12 of the game's anniversary, right? Or launch anniversary. I play this on a daily basis. It's one of those live service games. Hop in the evening when I'm doing work or watching shows, language learning and whatnot. I would hop in, do my randoms, like a random dungeon and a random trial. Take build over time, right? And then we wait. We wait until the next module. Each module, this is module 31, and it brings us a blood harvest. Uh, each module requires 10 weeks. Since I don't buy the like jumpstart, which I'm sure there's a jumpstart here. 10 weeks. We do the weekly one day of the week, which whenever a module is dropped, it's on update day, which happens to be Tuesday. But from now on, following this, it will be the next 9 Mondays before the completion of Neverwinter's Blood Harvest. Typically, I play usually casually. I would say it's very difficult to commit to people who play this in a more completionist style thing. So I have no access to people in terms of schedules to complete whatever level tier that they have at the top. Generally, we do this for completion as experience the large overall design, largely because I think that meets my schedule and my demands and investment in other people. Um, so this is more of a completion in terms of upkeep, keeping up with the game that provides a habit formation comfort spot. I don't usually, 90% of the time, I usually don't record or play games or do things that I'm well versed in. I tend to spend most of my time experiencing new things and learning new things. So oftentimes I seem like I'm always trying to learn and struggling and whatnot, because that's what I like to do. But Neverwinter is one of the exceptions. So is Phantasy Star Online, but Phantasy Star Online do not have very frequent updates. There's also Hearthstone. So I played 3 live service games almost consistently. PSO2 NGS, Neverwinter, and Hearthstone. And they're about like 30 minutes each. That's kind of what I think about when I think about live service games. It's a lifestyle. You wait for the update. You have something to do every like 3 to 4 months when it comes to Neverwinter. And what I will do is I'll play 3 tunes, the 3 tanks. I have 3 characters: the paladin, the barbarian, and the fighter. And they are usually, we're going to be doing the tank role and then pivoting on heals on the paladin. That's the minimum thing that I would do. So with this update, it's kind of exciting actually. This update is a little bit more fanfare because it's Blood Harvest, and they specifically cited the depiction of the recent movie that I quite enjoyed, Dungeons and Dragons. No honor among thieves, right? Their depiction. So we're going back to the Thayan stuff, and there's gonna be a lot of red. Red is really a brilliant color. I hope they take advantage of that in their environment. They have a new adventure zone, so this is one the modules typically add new adventure zones, and in between there's the next module would be probably like a repurpose of a previous area. But this one, I like to think It could be some of the tower district. I saw that tower district was mentioned, but I don't think that that particular tower district had anything to do with the Thayans. There are a lot of old Thayan stuff that has uh been like removed from the game temporarily, so we'll see what the area looks like. My memory is pretty murky now about Thayan stuff, because the last Thayan stuff was really long ago. This is kind of how they go about it. Plenty of time to mention everything else. I want to make this as abbreviated as possible. So I've played this game for quite a long time. I rarely does this game have huge changes to the back end and the foundational end, like the mechanical end. So it's consuming content, but the actual mechanics of the game rarely ever takes a big change, because live service games typically of this nature tend to be refractory to that. You lose most of the time when you try to, in my opinion, cater to the growth of the game. So this game has not been growing at all. It's more steady state and have the usual depreciation in characters, because in players over time, largely because of its stagnation, in my opinion, to mechanical things that deal with the player experience per se, fundamental player experience, and not the challenges that they keep placing. And one of the things that will be highlighted here is the continuation to try to push for content specific challenges and not player quality of life experiences. Now, they have been doing really well lately with it, which we'll see if there's any quality of life stuff. But as far as I know, one of their highlights again is that this is a trial, a new trial module, because the last one was a dungeon module, or the last couple were dungeon module. I disagree. I've already made it pretty clear. I disagree with tiering up to masters and gating that, but we'll see how the distance is between masters and advanced when it comes to like use case items and whatnot. I think having trials as a centerpiece for modules is very risky, especially considering the established groups in this, because there's hierarchy and privilege in this game. There's elitism, there's exclusivity due to player growth or lack of player growth. So constantly showcasing and separating and wording in a way of like normal, advanced, and masters, and then catering to the masters thing being a gatekeeping thing that deals with people in a game that is not increasing in population, can be an eyesore most of the time for anyone trying to get into the game, right? And even for myself, I rarely, if there's any time I get a chance to play like masters and stuff, I usually clear it maybe once with a group that does it all the time, but it's not at my own convenience. So generally speaking, I'm unable to organize any of that stuff while doing this. So you would have to take my opinions with a grain of salt, right? About that type of thing. I think constantly focusing on content that, yes, in the spirit of Neverwinter is the thing, but after playing Claire Obscured, right, games like Claire Obscured, there is a fun, manageable way, in my opinion, of integrating the feel of challenge and reward without specifically catering to it, a requirement of other people in a game that is already lacking a lot of quality of life and exclusivity and privilege between newer players and old players. And I'm kind of like in the middle of this, right? I'm straddling because I don't commit most of my time to this game in order to maintain like social links necessary for this. So I won't be showing a master's trial run. I want to get this out immediately, because generally other of those content creators that are still around probably They cater to that. But for me, I'm a skill builder. I don't investing in people requires things that are far beyond one game and even a live service game. And that idea also reflects my opinion on how to get people to play games and have a more healthy, like a more consistent relationship, as opposed to a hardcore relationship where you play vigorously for specific periods of time, which will happen. In this, the last couple of modules maybe only lasted 2 or 3 weeks before all your quote unquote people that clear your content, as in you, Cryptic, well, then gloss on by and wait for that. It does not benefit player growth. It does not encourage player growth, and it's usually this like nebulous content or nebulous thing that you invest specific amount of time into cultivating, which I probably appreciate if the opportunity presents itself. I think trials are a really tough sell, and oftentimes if I had to be very strict about this, it's a skip. These modules are a skip. And it's not a skip for anyone who's already currently playing. So it does cater to all the existing players. For myself, I like to encourage people, at least when I do things, I like to make them interested, but it's certainly not master trials or master dungeons even. But master dungeons are a little bit more feasible than master trials. And sure enough, I will probably skip over that. I actually skip over most of the master stuff. I play them, I see what they do because other people do that. Can't plan them here, not even dungeons, and I highly doubt masters will be a thing here. So it is guaranteed that I skip over showing anything about the master trials. You have to go and refer to the other people who spend their brand and their mindsets focused on showing how good they are, right? Like how much they know. This is not it. I play this game, I show this game. Most of the stuff that I focus on are having a relationship with doing something for a very long time and consistent and finding reward in that. So I want to continue to emphasize this is not about like performance min-maxing. It's more about lifestyle choices, enjoying things, chatting with myself most of the time. So you'll probably hear me digress about my other activities while I'm playing this game and relating it back to gaming as a whole, right? How people behave and feedbacks and design choices typically is associated with quality of life. How quality of life benefits and different tweaks benefit live service games in a way that people want to play this game consistently and not in an predatorial, FOMO, fear-driven way. And I think Master Trials and Advanced, like Master's Dungeons, in an unintentional case of a game that is declining in population, actually reinforces that FOMO. As in, you must rush to get access to the master trials. You must rush to get access to the master dungeon because there's a limited window in which the qualified players who also are understandably incredibly cynical and elitist, but deservingly so because they work really hard and, you know, etc. Become alienators. They alienate and segregate. So with every new introduction of module, yes, it benefits Cryptic and the people that maintain this game to create that rush, that mandatory feel to come back. But generally, those players do not stay. So the population does not grow over time. It diminishes over time. Sooner or later, that is not going to be enough, but we'll see. We'll see. I've often think that I will at least live long enough to see the end of Neverwinter Online, perhaps. But I've been with this game, you know, followed this game since its launch, and it's one of those things. All right. But I use a little bit of introduction. Okay. I say something similar at the beginning of every module, so that I can dispel the it's not going to prevent the person, like a random person dropping by or another random person on YouTube, to like stop by and say dislike. It's like, oh, this guy doesn't know how to do this and that. It's like, well, I enjoy my games. That's kind of the point. So it's not being about good, in my opinion, for other people, sure. Or it's not about being the best, it's about being good enough. That would be my consensus. All right, let's get in. Turn on the audio. Let's see if we can hear some stuff. I don't know how loud it is. I'm gonna have to kind of quiet. I basically just want to hear the voice acting because I enjoy that aspect. So let's hop into, I think, Nox, right? Standard. Go to Nox.
Protector's Enclave, need hero of Neverwinter. I received word from Harper Tessa, one of our allies in Thay. He was part of an infiltration team that snuck in while we were dealing with Valindra and the Dreadring. They've been keeping tabs, laid low, sending word when they can, but these days we barely hear from them. Until today. Harper Tessa's last message to us bodes ill. Zaz Tam is up to something. Something big. Exactly that is, we don't know. The good news is our Harper friend has identified the presence of a resistance within Thay itself. If we can establish a connection with this resistance, form an alliance, perhaps we can uncover what Zaz Tam's plans are and thwart them. Harper Tessa's left coordinates for a rendezvous at a place known as Pyrado's Corpse. You best hurry. Zaz Tam must not be allowed to succeed.
Pyrado's Corpse. Sastam. I'm not familiar with any of these names. I'm not the biggest of Dungeons and Dragons person. This is as much Dungeons and Dragons as I have on a regular basis. So pardon my ignorance. I kind of want to rebalance a little. Can I get a boost? I'm sure this is what controls it. Alright. So, where are we heading? Okay. Where are you? Here we are. Oh, it's a separate... Okay. Ooh. Neat. Iratus Corpse. Copse.
No one can stand against us.
Okay. No mounting region. You gotta appreciate what they are their constant ability to layer all the environments with the aging Unreal from way back. Alright, let's just avoid. So we got nulls. Leave me alone. Okay, rendezvous point. Oh, wow. That looks nice. Obviously, there's some limitations here, but... Okay, I was just gonna do a campfire thing, but alright. We have to wait till Reg, please. Regis, please. Okay. I was doing a campfire run. Always test out the campfire run. Okay.
To save the day. What did you hit?
Wow. Still delivers, I tell you. The layering and the draw distance. Aging Unreal. I think this was, what, Unreal 3? I don't know if they've ever updated or overhauled, but pretty sure this was Unreal 3. 3 or 4. It's 3, probably. 10 years ago. 10 plus years. Alright. Yes. That's the new module, Ivan. The new module. Okay. I haven't seen this game in so long. How have I been? I've been doing well. Thanks for asking. No new loot box yet. Interesting.
Your fighting skills are impressive. This is what the fortune teller was talking about. I'll get you for that.
How have you been? And what have you been up to since clearly it's not this?
Your fighting skills are impressive.
Work, huh? How's work? Haven't gone to game often? That's
Greetings.
understandable.
Well met. Oh, my Timora. I thought I was done for. The name's Tessa at your service. Just give me a moment. Need to catch my breath. Whew. Damn it all. These roads have never been what you'd call safe, but that felt like an ambush. I owe you one. Or a dozen.
I'm told you're my way into the city.
Ah, it's you, of course. Nox sent you. Excellent. Yes, that's the plan if you're up for it. I'll need to sneak you in. No portals, no magic. Faye is warded against that now, especially the cities. If you try, someone's going to see or sense you coming.
Saw you playing some other games and look like doing work sometimes. I don't know if it's work, just know it wasn't games. Oh yeah, we've been language learning the last year and a half. So we were learning, we're working on Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish on a daily basis. I'm studying, you know. Try to squeeze in something every month. How fluent I got? Well, fluent tends to be like on a continuum, but we can read things. That's what we got going. Most of the time we're focusing on reading. For games and so, reading and listening most of the time. So, most of the games I play will likely, or most of the games I stream will likely be in different languages.
Yes, I know. I was there at the Dread Ring. Valindra forgetting to lock the door made infiltrating a whole lot easier. While you fought her, the rest of us snuck in. That portal's gone now. You'll not find anything like it around here to my knowledge. We're heading to Tyraturos, and our only real option is to go right through the front gates. It's the last thing they'd expect. Ready when you are. Hop in the back.
I like this guy. Valindra. Name drop Valindra. Yeah, the current game I'm playing is Clear Obscured. I don't plan on learning French, but for the most part, we're looking for games that are dubbed, like triple dubbed or dual dubbed in games. And the games that I usually keep up with like a dragon. They're triple dubbed in Chinese, Japanese, and English. So that's kind of one of the major motivations to visit and learn those languages. I haven't yet encountered a major production Spanish for Spanish developer game yet. However, Cyberpunk 2077 is dubbed in many languages. So I'm thinking that's probably what I'll do after, because I haven't played Phantom Liberties yet. We'll probably use Spanish for that. All right. Let's go. I like the map so far. That altar though. Set piece. Here's the Tower District. Torres. Toros. You got a minor break? We'll catch up another time. Yeah, take care, Ivan. Good luck, good luck. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, no worries. I hope everything goes well with you as well. Thank you, thank you. I don't know, I just don't chat much. Fair enough, fair enough.
I think we've done everything I can think of. Keep an eye out, though. There's bound to be trouble about.
Oh, some of these parts have very lacking textures. Holy heck.
Phew. Can finally stretch my legs. Apologies for the uncomfortable ride. Seems there were more potholes this time around than before. Zombies don't make for fast work. Anyway, welcome to Thay. The somber atmosphere, smell of rot, and copper tinge on the winds will grow on you. Eventually. Oh, and you'll be needing this. It's a shard of an artifact, and acts as a powerful amulet of illusion. This will help conceal your true identity. You'll be treated like any other regular Thayan civilian, but it only works when we're both within the city walls, because I carry the rest of it.
Interesting.
There are plenty of people who could do with a helping hand. I may have some ideas.
Alright.
First things first, to uncover what Zastam is up to, we need the help of the local resistance. They know the ins and outs, and they have manpower. However, the resistance won't just come out of the woodwork and welcome us with open arms. We'll need to draw them out, let them know we're on their side. The best way to do that is to show the people we're trying to help, somehow. So how about this? We keep an ear out and see what plights plague the people. The marketplace is rife with gossip. I'm sure you'll overhear something useful.
Okay. Yeah, this is certainly, I see the inspiration for sure for the location. But, ooh, some of these new things, wow, it's very flat compared to like their environment, their stock environment assets, like this stuff. It's very smooth. Like these blocks intersecting the floor, it's very lacking. Everything's really flat. Okay, do like the theme though. The stormy sky is great. All right, let's just follow our. Oh, we're supposed to chat. Eavesdrop on conversations. Intriguing. Alright. Don't mind me, I'm just standing here.
I eat vegetables. I can't stomach meat right now. They were burning bodies next to my house.
Wow. I like this. This is great. Got some lore eavesdropping. That's lore. Right. We're not gonna look at campaign stores yet. Okay.
Rotten. Everything is rotten. What am I supposed to sell?
Yep. Let me check. I'm just checking. And none of my assets moved. Okay. Okay. Looks like people are not happy. As expected.
I heard there's an inn offering medical care for free. The Thoughtian won't like that.
I like this a lot.
Just be careful what you say around here, or you'll be marked for sowing dissent. Keep your head down.
It's kind of like walking into Gastral Village in Clear Obscured and then just talking to Gastral around, seeing what their lives like. So all these comments are a vignette, right? A vignette of the place. Kind of makes it.
I need a new thrall. I broke the last one.
Yeah. Gets you into it.
Slum dwellers. Turn them all, I say.
Interesting. The movie is a lot brighter because of the sky and whatnot, but I kind of like this super gloomy gloomy aspect, largely because I've been playing Claire Obscured for a while. Everything's so gloomy.
I've been at this for 20 years. I know the difference between an infection and undead necrosis. He wasn't a bum. He was a scoundrel with a loot. There's a difference.
Okay. Just some casual conversations, but dissidents.
Depressing, isn't it? And not much to go on. But we gotta start somewhere.
Low down, dirty rotters, huh?
While you were eavesdropping around the market, I overheard some guards talking about how the undead and demon populations have grown difficult to manage, and the people are suffering for it. This is what happens when binding magic goes wrong. It's one thing to raise something up. It's another matter altogether to control it. You'll need to hunt down the stray undeads running loose. Try not to be too flashy with your methods. We want to draw attention to what we do, not necessarily how we do it.
Okay. All some undead?
Doesn't seem like we've done enough to garner the attention of the Resistance yet. We'll need to keep at it, and I've got just the task for you. Locals have been going missing. That's unfortunately considered normal here, especially in the lower city. They eventually come back as indentured servants or undead, part of Thay's manual labor force.
Intriguing.
How about we try to find the kidnapped and bring them back safely before any of that happens, huh?
Okay. Will do. Oh, what does the map look like? Ooh. Okay.
Fools, I hear.
that a... Is that a box? Oh, no. Those are not the guys. No hard feelings.
These foes aren't worthy of our steel.
That's the gate. Get some more. How to traverse. Wait. Oh, what? Oh, this is new. Interesting. Wait, so this place is dual. Oh, wow. Alright, this is definitely very different. That's amazing. Huh. Alright. Gather up, folks. Okay. Picking out mains. Skeletons and whites. Hey, Proco. Alright, so that's mains. Okay, so they're in separate areas. Interesting. Wow. I think they outdone themselves this time. It's very different from all the existing places. You don't recognize it? Looks similar to WoW? It's Neverwinter. It's the other Western RPG. Dungeons and Dragons world. So yeah, it should commonly look like WoW. They're both related.
Submit.
Yeah, I played this game. This is one of the live service games I played. Do you know when it came out? Yes, I know when it came out. 12 years ago. Almost 12 years ago. 2013. This is one of the live service games that I've played before Hearthstone. It wasn't always live service, but now it is. You guys? Skeletons? Alright. It's technically a little earlier because there was beta periods. Oh, no. Wow. They actually, the verticality in this place is nice too. I play this on a daily basis. It's kind of like the same thing with Hearthstone. If I ask that and you just respond, yes, I know, with nothing after, would you say that's bad answer, even though it's technically the right answer? Not particularly, because you asked me if I knew. You didn't ask what. What year did this come out? They're all range! That's kind of annoying. They don't even gather because they're all range. Feels bad, man. Okay. So, only 2 locations. It's not too bad. The skeletons and whites are in this. Unless you were asking when, then saying I know would be inappropriate. What is feels bad, man? I don't know what it means, but is it like a Twitch thing? It's a Twitch thing. It used to be a emote. Feels bad, man. Although it's kind of like a gamery thing nowadays. It transcended the emotes. Yeah, most of the weird terms come from their emotes. So one will elicit when I say feels bad, man, it would elicit the emotes for quite a lot of things. So yeah, it's a Twitch thing. Is it like, for example, if you were to do it on a YouTube audience, it would not have the same impact. If you type feels bad, man, I'm pretty sure Twitch still has that emote. Like if you search Twitch's standardized emotes, I think feels bad, man, is there. You need to get the emo extension, but it's not an option on DuckDuckGo. I see. I think is the one, like, I'm not really well versed in the imagery anymore. I think it's the one where Pepe just looks down and looks kind of just glum. Alright. So we called some undead. We're trying to attract the local resistance. Did you watch the movie Dungeons and Dragons No Honor Among Thieves? This would be the setting of that same movie. Also, not to say this as gotcha as it was probably my admission, but I thought you said that the games you play offline, you don't play on stream. No, you haven't. I said the games that I play that aren't live service. Because you already know I play Hearthstone, so you shouldn't have assumed that I didn't play live service off stream. We already talked about Hearthstone. There was a time when I played these online, but that would mean to dedicate all of it to it. So like if you become a live streamer that plays live service games, you play it all the time, hence the live service model. So I used to do this, actually. I used to do this where you play while it's online, but I don't do no commentary playing and minimum commentary playing. So you assume that the rule came after I stopped live streaming Hearthstone. I tried to, back in the day, I tried to stream the new content. So technically, so now we're gonna get even more technical. Technically, I didn't stop streaming those things until there was no incentive for it. So I have streamed them, but I've only streamed the new content. That's why live service is not viable or not. It doesn't fit my model of doing new things, right? Like this, my commentary here, the only time I stream Neverwinter is only on the days of the new module, and the new module is once a week, and the reset is once a week. So for Hearthstone, it was every new set or every new season, but then I don't stream the rest. So technically, I have streamed all the content up to a point, but the idea is it doesn't fit the model that I want to invest in this. What's the module? A module is what they call an expansion, and it's like it happens every on average 3 times a year, so every 4 months or so is when I get to do this for 10 streams. That's 10 weeks on one day. Yes, that's when they reset. So dailies, right? Dailies and weeklies. Yeah. So all this stuff used to be a thing, And then it's not my cup of tea. I don't enjoy, or I don't resonate with most people who find that committing to one thing to be the best at that one thing brings joy. So it was in conflict with everything else I like to do, which is to constantly learn and experience new things. So live service games obviously are far more viable in, or far more popular. I'm not gonna say viable, popular in the live streaming space because it's about routine and constant like practice and consistency. I play this game to upkeep like weeklies and dailies. It's just as much as I invest. So the nice thing about being consistent in ways, I don't have to pay attention to what I'm doing when I'm talking. So I use these moments as the best moments to chat about random things that are related to gaming and live service and whatnot. And keeping up with specific live service and long-term live service is how I get some hands-on experience with the stuff that I talk about when it comes to observing behavioral aspects of people interacting with live service games. What are your thoughts on the new Battleground season? Favorite tribe? Stuff that stuck? I guess I played like 10 games now. I play whatever is given. So far the highest frequency was Beast, which you win pretty like it's pretty great at tier 2 and lower. Looks like these guys are not unique. So we can go back and forth really quickly. So that trinket works really well at low level, low tier based things. So just getting like a bunch of piranhas, I think that's what they're called, piranhas, and then grabbing the greater trinket that upgrades with every attack, just kind of raffle stomps things, provided that you're not in a combat. I need a key rune. In combat for people who have spawning privileges, so undead and divine shields. I don't have any favorites. It's kind of difficult to have a favorite with playing for consistency. So I don't know. My most frequent play so far is like Ellie's, Undeads, and Beast recently. I haven't actually played the other tribes yet. We only squeeze in like 1 or 2 games each day. That new tier 6 that upgrades when you attack is cool. That matches with when a death rattle is triggered, give you right moves can pop off. It's beetle. I know. I saw that one. Yeah, when a death rattle is triggered, it gives your right minion stats. It's okay. That one's okay. I tried to make it work with undead once, and didn't quite need it because of the board space. Okay, free the prisoners, the captives. Alright, let's head back to town. I wonder what happens if I just do this. Does it take me back to town? Is it high water? Oh no, down here. You dislike undead this season? I think most think they're the weakest tribe. Again, I play to be consistent, so it's whatever. I don't think there's a strong tribe where you go in and it increases your success most of the time in Battlegrounds. It's whatever the shortest path to accelerating. Like, generally, generally I just play whatever gets me to the victory. So my top 4 placement is like 90 to 95%, largely because I just play for whatever comes your way, as opposed to thinking what is the strongest or weakest tribe or my favorite tribe. I take whatever synergy I get.
That should be enough to ease people's fears for the time being, at least, and hopefully catch the eye of a resistance member.
No wisdom
Mind you,
buff.
those
Yeah, true.
things tend to come back, so don't be surprised if you see the streets overrun again. It's like weeding, only far more dangerous, of course.
I can tell you things that happened that might not like jive with my abilities. We already talked about animation time, right? Animation time is too strong for some. I played a pirate game and an elemental game. Too strong. It takes too long. So there are capping problems with animation time. It makes sense. It didn't stop me from like taking the game. It didn't stop me from taking the game, but if you really maximize, right, if you're going for the APM play, I usually just stop when I know I'm strong enough. That's usually it. The most recent game I played was mech. Yesterday was a mech game, and I immediately boosted to tavern spells. So it's a tavern spell mech, and I got the trinket that gives you the divine shield guy, that gives +3, like plus health and plus attack if you choose the trinket. So they get plus health and plus attack to divine shield. So you just have a board of divine shield mechs and you spam spells. And I played like 30 to 40 spells a turn, and I couldn't complete my turn. Before I couldn't get rid of all the spells. But I basically just played until I know I had enough. Like I know one of my opponents have a 300, so I just need one that's 300. And I just span. I had the trinket. The lesser trinket was whenever you magnetize, it gets a +4/+4 on top of the magnetize. So it was a combination of magnetize and then just spam spells. So you get like the old broken like 1-cost arrow spells, and then you have all the other minions that give +1/+1 stats and stuff. So like spells, and you just toss them, just keep tossing them, and then watch your. At some point, it was like a board of 600 divine shields with all of them being able to reproduce a automaton, right? So that was a quick win. That was the last archetype I played. Yeah, and when you give your buff spells that give stats really adds. Yeah, it just keeps going. Just spam.
They were being used as ritual sacrifices? I should have known. At least you stopped whatever the ritualists were up to and reunited some families. Somehow. I don't think this will last forever.
Yeah, so Ellie's, Mech, and Pirates, still APM game. And I haven't played Murlocs yet. I haven't played Dragons yet. And then bunch of Beast games. I won one Beast game with all tier 2s. I made like 5 golden piranhas. 5 golden piranhas and a trigger. And that was it. all I did was I took the gem that gives you a copy of what you have. So I picked up a piranha, and then the rest were just spells. I upgraded my tavern, and I just waited for them to give me piranhas, and that was it. It was the gem, so I got a whole board of piranhas, and I waited for the thing. I don't know what it's called. It's the snapperfish thing that summons a. It looks like a piranha, but I don't know what they're called. It just has one of the snapperfish things, and it summons a When it's golden, it summons 2/3/3 and attacks immediately. So it summons one, runs its face in, summons another, runs its face in, as long as there's space. So if you have 6 piranhas, you immediately attack 12 times. And if you get the trinket that upgrades its attack every time, you wipe the entire board of your opponent before they even get a chance. Sometimes Divine Shield can anti it, and Undead can anti it, for sure. So, but in this game, I knew there wasn't an Undead player. Like, the Undead wasn't in the game, and I knew Divine Shield wasn't, there's only one Divine Shield strong task. So I just basically did that. It was an opportune moment, but it can be antied really easily. Yeah, it's tier 2, I think. It's either tier 2 or tier 3. I'm pretty sure it's tier 2. And I had one last thing. The trigger response one was a thing that it's one of the bugs. It was the avenge bug. It was the avenge bug was how I did it. Avenge bug with a reborn on it. So basically, 5 piranhas eventually at the last board is 5 piranhas, the avenge bug, and yeah, the tier 5 one. So basically, and then reborn it, and I kept my 7th slot open, right? So the piranhas just run in and deal like 300-400 damage because the trinket scaled up with each attack permanently. So immediately the piranha attacks like, yeah, at 5. So yeah, 10 piranha attacks that deal 400 to 500 each at the end before anyone moved. So it didn't matter what the opponent had because the opponent can't do any start of combat effects yet. So like all the things that you would see, like trigger death rattle, like the trigger death rattle bird, it can't happen. It can't execute yet because they all start. Or they can, depending on the order, but generally they put it at the end. So basically the piranhas will take out all the start of combat triggers before they even happen. And then the bug gets all the avenge onto the bug, and it has reborn. So then it'll have 4 additional bodies that can attack again. So that maximized it to like 26 bodies, which is to offset the potential. There was a mech player in the game, so it's offset the potential that bot spawn could counter it, right? And it was a quick win, pretty quick win. Like, I was skipping my turn. I was actually doing my turn, like, so it's not an APM build. Beasts aren't APM builds, so I quite like non-APM builds. Occasionally I would play an APM build, but not really.
Seems the folks you rescued have already started talking, saying you're one of the few good ones left in this damn place. I managed to acquire some information. There's an inn that caters to those of meager means. It turns out they've got a makeshift infirmary operating in the back. The innkeeper is an altruist. Try inquiring about medicine. You might be able to help in some way.
Maybe the innkeeper isn't a resistance member. How convenient would that be? What news I have? I have some lo mein. Some stir-fried noodles with beef brisket and your assorted vegetables. Nope. Very close to your lo mein if you went to a like a Chinese place, maybe. So egg noodles, stir-fried with broccoli, carrots, green beans, not that type of green beans, but the lima beans, and then beef brisket, beef brisket strips. Also, Outside, you usually get chow mein when you get. It's probably still the same, unless chow mein in your place uses rice noodles. The only different the English chow mein and lo mein gets mixed up all the time. So this is technically chow mein because chow mein involves the process that my father used to make this. Lo mein involves a different process, but they're also identifiable by their noodles. So if it's a white is it vermicelli? If chow mein is using vermicelli, then it's not that. And then the egg noodles are like the longer one. But a lot of places the chow mein uses egg noodles. So it could be the same thing. Lost in translation and standardization and all that stuff. For consistency. But if it looks like spaghetti, like it looks closer to spaghetti, then it's the same thing. If it looks like rice noodles, like really thin vermicelli, then it's not that one. That's basically it. Largely. Alright, let's go to the inn now. I was gonna say something else about Hearthstone. Oh, because of the event that was Battlegrounds associated, I actually played a lot more Battlegrounds than I typically do. Usually I play Battleground like once. But this past season, right? Because the event, I always try to complete the event, even if it deals with playing construction and stuff. What you call it? I do my dailies, right, and weekly events and whatnot. I got to the highest rating that I had. It was like 12,000 or something. What was the event? You just had to complete things in Battleground. We're talking about the event, like, well, no, I'm talking about like the in-game stuff, like the tasks to unlock like portraits, and I do those things, like the seasonal asks and stuff. That's kind of what I play Hearthstone for. And then whenever I can accomplish a Battleground ask using Battleground, then I would do it. But occasionally you have to do construction only. That's what happens when you just pop in and win one a day. I mean, you get a lot of points for winning. You just don't lose very often. Most of the time I stop at like 7,000 or 8,000 because that's when the season ends. I only have time to play like 1 or 2 games. If you go on a losing streak, you can lose like 300 points on and off, but I don't typically play enough to have it.
Every day this city reeks of blood and rot, but it's home, and people here need me.
Do I try and complete all the stuff on a cheat? No. That would require a live service commitment, and I can't do that. There's achievements in this game too. It's the same deal. All of them are like very particularly live service oriented.
An altercation with a shambling mound. There's an infestation up in the mountains. I told these people to stay away from that place. If you're here for tinctures, I'm afraid you're bang out of luck. I got my hands full with fools who don't listen, and my supplies are low. Your options are purchasing them from the apothecaries, or wait for the red wizards to deal with the infestation. And that could take a while.
Know nothing about what's in them. You just get it and just get it, eat it, enjoy it. That's fair enough. Maybe if we continue to talk about food and stuff. I talk about food quite a lot because it gets people interested in food, right? Like go out, like I understand if you're already enjoying getting something, enjoying and just eating, that's really wonderful. But when you get your mind into it as well, it's extra. Talking about food is extra. Like I'm all about the extra things in life, Like if you like something, there's no reason to not like it even more with your mind, your eyes, your sound, your ear, like your ears, your tongue. Like that's probably why I enjoy talking about food quite a bit. And when I mean the achievements, live service or oriented achievements is they usually involve other people or the behavior of other people. So achievement pages require the behavior of other people. Like you have to get lucky when the meta shifts to a certain thing, so then it would make the achievement a lot more time conservative because I can't like delegate all the time away. And then this game is similar in the sense that it's dependent on other people. So there's like no death runs and hardcore no death runs and whatnot, and I can't do that without other people. So live service oriented achievements I typically do not participate in. Most of the achievements that I do, like clear obscured, are single player oriented. Sorry you missed the last minute of the stream. I forgot to put some food in the fridge. Oh, that's no worries. Yeah, so yeah, with battleground duos, I actually played with someone for quite some time with duos, but it's dependent on other people, so that's kind of... So achievements are always self-imposed for me. So in the future, if you find something interesting about self-imposed achievements, I would probably do them, and I probably do them live. However, when it comes to everything else, I try not to involve myself with the achievements that involve managing or leading groups of people, because largely I am not very comfortable in dedicating time to what I feel like could get into a manipulative form of conditioning. So that is not the most brightest way of ordering people around to do things in order to achieve something, right? Yeah, you played a duel game with a uni mate and he sold his whole board on turn 9 because he thought we wouldn't win. Yeah. I played with that one... I played with a kid, like a person a little bit younger than me, and I'm low-key trying to convince him to play Subnautica with me, but he's like, nah, chief. That thalassophobia and all. But we'll see. We'll see. You might hear from him, maybe. We'll see. But generally speaking, it's out of the courtesy for the other person and myself. I'm incredibly dedicated to the things that I choose to do, and rarely is it that even people who approach me, like, this isn't a bad thing. I think other people have so many other things going on in their lives that for me, when someone approaches me, they have to be in it. Like, I end up being more in it than they are because they have more life obligations than myself. So it's not to say that being committed to something willingly, very quickly and easily is a good thing. It's a good thing, or it can be seen as a good thing if your life isn't busy, right? But a lot of times, like for example, the Inktober thing about the drawing that I do and whatnot, that was just someone else saying, I like drawing, this is what I'm doing. It's like, oh, hey, let's all encourage each other. And then that person stopped after 1 week. 4 years ago. This is my 5th year that I'm going to do this. So that kind of thing can be tough, right? So when it comes to achievements, out of the question, and this is not because of theory. I've already attempted this 8 or 9 times, and I'm still attempting it. Like right now, when I was sharing with you about Subnautica 2, I'm still going to try to do it. Nevertheless, usually not the case, right? So either someone approaches me, they're more than likely to stick to it a little bit for quite some time, and then their life takes over. And then if I approach someone, chances are it's not going to happen. So me soliciting someone is like 1 out of 100 opportunity. It has to be a very ideal situation and something that I really, really want to do, which is like Subnautica 2. When someone else approaches me, they usually don't retain their commitment and enthusiasm for much long, regardless of how enthusiastic I may be. So, like for example, Neverwinter is a great example. I think there was an opportunity or encouragement to create content for Neverwinter, as in like a first party content for Neverwinter, which I thought could be a bridge, but the commitment was like nothing. Like it was very obtuse, and then everyone had their own selfish gains, and it was not my cup of tea. It was Sharky Shark. Like it was a competition within the competition, so I was not on board. Hearthstone was very similar. So now I just stick to this type of thing, which is my own personal way of going about it. Again, it's kind of like talking to that person that I mentioned before, who I no longer like. That person basically permanently ghosted me because they think that their ability to play something and show that they care about something somehow is affected by other people who cheapen the motivation. Like how other people talk about Neverwinter, for example, online, or how good they are, rarely impacts what I'm doing because I chose to do the things that don't involve them. So I'm on an island of myself. Like I like being on my island. You can visit my island and stay for a while, and that's usually how it goes. If I go out, right? If I choose to leave my island and go and visit other places, you bet I will be the most headstrong, overzealous person you'll meet for that time. And I'll try to bring a piece of your island culture or your location back to my island, and I stay on my island. That's kind of the life I live intellectually and creatively. Why is it unlikely to happen when you approach someone, and why is it more likely that when they approach you? Because I'm willing to empathize with their commitments. I can meet their commitments because their threshold is much lower than I am. Largely due to like real life situations and whatnot. I can commit more time to whatever they like versus the other way around. It would be reckless of me to demand the amount of time when I approach someone else to match my lifestyle. My lifestyle is very unique in the sense of how privileged I am when it comes to not having a significant other, for example, or family or other obligations. So it's more about a pragmatic approach to things. And consistency is something that does not run very well in this area. People are not very consistent, right? Yeah, active job and among other things. But if you don't have an active job, people with active jobs are far more consistent than people without active jobs, actually. So if they have an active job, it would more likely work than it doesn't work. I know that sounds really weird, but having an active job means you're already consistent. So those people are more likely to actually make time to consistently do something than someone who is hoping for a job or struggling with a job maintenance. But that's like going into a little bit more granularity of how I select. I scout people, by the way. I try to scout people for my personal use. So it's not like it's unlikely to happen in the sense of if I do it. I usually commit to things that are more likely to happen. But how frequent they happen is, I think, the better word, I would say. How frequent it happens. So it's not the success rate, it's the frequency in which it happens. So I am unlikely, as in I am infrequently going to approach someone else versus someone else approaching me and then having the activity happen. If I approach someone, it is likely not going to happen because it's low in frequency, and then when I present that situation, it's unlikely to advance. And then the other way around is almost unanimously on me. So when someone asks me something, I do it. If this is a person who already approached me and we already have demonstrated enough to approach me, because usually most people don't approach me, largely because they would be alienated immediately because there's no rapport. I'm not very responsive to people who don't understand emotional intelligence and investment in people, so they are unlikely to approach me. But then when they do, it's usually a done deal most of the time. If they want me to do something, I probably do it. I would love to say yes if you approach me to commit to something, but I wouldn't, as I doubt I could commit to. Exactly. So there's a pre-selection filter for most of the people that I would eventually choose, and then people who actually eventually choose to approach me with something. It's a very high filter. So of those people, which is already unlikely across the board, like we're comparing unlikely to happen to very unlikely to happen. So that's kind of one of those things. Do you need a metaphorical visa to visit your island, or are you completely open? I don't take visas. You just visit whenever. It's kind of like a One Piece thing. It's a pirate free zone. You're welcome. I'm more like a bartender on the island. You know, not get off my lawn kid kind of island. We have solutions for most to accommodate. You saw a study recently that showed a correlation between people who stop working early in life with them having an earlier death. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen that before.
Can you help?
Huh.
You do look capable, and the apothecaries are upcharging. All right, why not? Up in the mountains, there's a place called Lost Gardens. There you'll find herbs and flowers I can use to restock my medicine. The shambling mounds will prove dangerous, but if you can kill them, harvest what you can from their corpses, you'll get a better yield from them than from what you'll find growing. I've not got much to offer in exchange, but if we can figure something out when you get back.
Okay. Flowers, herbs, and corpse. Got it. Nailed it. Alright. Do you make a presumption about whether the people that say they want to commit to something with you actually will commit? Yes, lots of presumptions. And I have to confirm them myself. So the way to remove some of the presumptions is to confer with them. So like, okay, for example, recently I thought about, let's commit to this thing. And the thing I would say is, okay, so you place it on your calendar. If we're going to do this, I'm going to put everything in motion. And in 1 year's time, you honor this, right? So we do explicit agreements. Have a date in mind, schedule all the things up to it. And we're not talking about like scheduling in the sense of literally doing something for a thing all the way up to the date. It's more like to keep each other committed the whole way. So when even just regardless, oh my, what is this? I can't even get up here without, oh my gosh, okay. Oh no, that's fine. Did I hit the, no. What you call it, wow. This place is laced with mobs, so you can't like run by them. Interesting. That's pretty cool. This feels like a proper dystopia. I match my suspicions, my presumptions with my effort. Right. So I double down on that. If I know someone is not as committed, I operate on my presumptions until my presumptions subside. So if the person's like, oh no, you don't have to remind me, I'm showing up. I'm like, okay, that's good. But I double down on being more committed than the next person. Look at these flowers. Can you not? Okay, everything just hits like a dump truck. That's great. Does it ever annoy you when people say they will commit but don't? No, not really. Or slay shamblers. Oh, shambler mounds. Oh, so I don't even need to take them out. Okay. Man, this location looks fantastic. The mobs, not so much. Like the mob setting, not so much. Like the spam malicious mobs is not my cup of tea right now. Especially considering how you have to skip over master stuff all the time. No, it doesn't annoy me at all. It's part of life. You can only do as much as you hope to. What matters to me a lot of times is how much effort I commit to something. So that's okay, we can just those mounds. Oh. You just realized you missed 2 turns talking to you. Oh. Hey, listen, we're both juggling things. You should have been juggling this. Whose fault is it, you know? You know? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But I'm running into things, you know. This is supposed to be these are supposed to be like somewhat high efficiency runs. So I can get to playing clear up scared. So we're both juggling things. Skill issue. Pro call. Skill issue. That's what the kids say these days. I mean, I got set back like several minutes from pathing and whatnot as well, so kudos. I think it's more of an accomplishment than anything, you know? If you're so caught up in a discussion that you stop paying attention to the thing that you're doing for pleasure, that's a bonus. I feel like if you're able to just truly and utterly distract me from accomplishing my tasks, that's kind of a win. All right, we gotta pick up these flowers. Strategery. Don't challenge you. That's fair. In what way, though? You know? What way do you want to be challenged? There are quite a lot of different types of challenges. Oh, this is a name mob. That's why it feels like I'm hitting a brick wall. Scratch that. I don't want listen. We'll have to like think about it, you know? It could be a mutual challenge thing. We juggle like 4 tasks and continuously distract each other from our obligations. Seems reasonable. Man, this location is amazing. This new adventure zone is quite lovely. And I see that they placed in a teleporting entrance in all 4 places. So that's how they're doing. It's a single unit. Kind of gloomy. It really does scream Claire obscured. Kind of too. Not that you can answer this, but that made me think of what challenges you would actually win if you were against me. Oh. But there's a lot of challenges. You can turn the table, right? Like for example, I challenge you, you can challenge me to being British, and you win by default. Right? When the person who has the challenge is making the challenge, they can stack the deck. So the better question is, are you someone who plays by fair game? or are you playing to win? And generally, if the goal is to play to win, I would most definitely pick challenges that
You're back.
would be in
And
my
you've got what I
wheelhouse.
asked for. I was beginning to think I sent some poor soul off to their end. Glad I trusted my instincts. Give me some time and I'll scrounge up something to give you as thanks. I owe you a debt.
Do I weightlift? I do not. I largely do calisthenics. So you could challenge me to weightlifting and I would lose by default. I could challenge you to calisthenics. We can just do pull-ups. Can I? Oh. Oh, you're supposed to hold jump. Oh, neat. Why by default? Because I don't lift weights. So if you lift any, and I wouldn't try to participate in a challenge without training. So like a challenge is not necessary. You're not. I'm assuming when you're thinking about challenge, you're talking about a performance thing. But I can. But we're not talking about periods yet. You haven't identified a period. So I'm thinking you're talking about challenges, as in a specific date. Not a rivalry. So I can certainly lift weights if I wanted to. But I'm not going to. And it also involves training. And I don't usually
Shambling mounds infesting
lift
the
weights.
mountains? Well, that's news to me. Didn't know the land was verdant enough to produce them. But what do I know about that stuff? What I do know is this. That innkeeper is bound to spread word now. We're getting closer to meeting the resistance. I can feel it.
A different type of challenge would be both participants start as in the learning process. So, for example, picking something that you don't know how to do, and I don't know how to do, but instead you picked something you do know how to do, and you asked if I do, which I don't. So, naturally, the challenge is in your wheelhouse. And it's tough because, generally speaking, to quote unquote be fair to both, you don't lift weights? Interesting. Are you sure about that? I mean, or at least haven't in a while. Yeah, I figured. I haven't ever lifted weight. Like I don't really like in the way that you're probably thinking at the moment in terms of lifting weights. And also that stuff gets hairy because you picked a physical challenge. And a physical challenge requires normalization, like how tall you are, how much you weigh, proportions. You had to lug around your suitcase with your PC around London up and down stairs, so maybe that counts. That's fair. I used to have to move things too, I suppose. I think calisthenics is considered a weight. I carry my body weight around. I use my body weight all the time. But hear me out. Like, choosing a physical challenge is by far one that would play into exactly what I'm describing. For example, we aren't normalized for age either. I mean, we're not normalized for diet. We're not normalized for a lot of things when picking a physical challenge.
Some of the indentured servants we treat need passage out of the city. The problem is, trying to leave is a lot harder than it looks. The gates are strictly monitored, and my documents to get you in were for entry only. We don't have time for any of that. We'll have to do this the old-fashioned way and cause a distraction. Here, I've marked on your map the rendezvous, a place the locals call Overlook.
You're not doing an intellectual challenge with a guy that has a PhD? Well, here's one thing we could do. We could do a creative challenge that has no boundaries. In intellectual challenge, I think you're talking about like facts and like problem solving and stuff. But creative challenges are probably the most integrally different sphere. It's neither physical nor intellectual. It's creative. It's so nebulous. Yeah, but we would need a third party evaluator then. And doing a creative challenge is different because we can't evaluate each other. That's probably another difficulty that we have to overlap. We need we need a source of impartial judges. Now, that still would not be very helpful, largely because I would probably use, well, I'm assuming you're incredibly emotionally intelligent too, right? And that would be an assumption that may play into judges, but we would have to look at ways to measure impartialness. So we ourselves cannot be the evaluators of these challenges. When it comes to physical challenges, people like to default to physical challenges because they can measure things, but actually they're pretty much non-competitive most of the time because either both professionals have to be in that physical acuity range, or it becomes an endurance challenge. An endurance challenge would mean that neither party has done it and then how long they would do it. You don't know if you're emotionally intelligent? I wouldn't know how to assess that either. Yeah, that would be a tough one, right? Since we don't know each other personally. Usually emotional intelligence would probably bank off the people that are around you, as opposed to you telling yourself, or like I telling myself that I'm emotionally intelligent. I think that's a very reasonable response, that you don't know if you're emotionally intelligent. I don't either. One can choose to try to be as emotionally intelligent as possible, and then you assume. Like you presume people being around you would give you feedback on yourself. And like physical challenges are rough. Like I understand that people think is easy, but boy howdy, when you compare two people, it's so astonishingly different. It's wild that athletes are so comfortable with that perspective. Like they get compared on a physical output. All right, so we gotta meet with the stolen students. I already forgot. I haven't been paying attention to what was the background of this. So, oh yeah, indentured servants. That's right. They are trying to get out, but it's not easy to get out from Thayen's grass, obviously. I don't know how much I like the layout yet, but the scope and the verticality of this map is amazing. Yeah, challenges are weird. I think usually the type of challenge that people like to agree on between friends is whoever quits first kind of challenges. So like as long as they do it and meet the requirements, that's the challenge. So endurance challenges tend to be the most forgiving.
Who are you? Please don't hurt us. Oh, it's you, our savior. Listen, we're not supposed to be here. We're from Priador, students studying basic conjuring. Please, you need to get us out of here. People need to know that citizens like me are being kidnapped and sacrificed. No one is safe anymore. If you create a big enough distraction, all of us can get out together.
Interesting. Okay. I'll cause an explosion to distract the guards. Once they head in my direction, you and the others make your move. Good luck. Alright. So what do I do? Create a distraction, defeat the guard, investigating. Okay. I see. Easy challenge for us, rock, paper, scissors. Yeah? And desynced rock, paper, scissors as well. We can make it even more impartial. Then it's more like a game of probability than challenge, but it's interesting. So like we would each day we would commit to a rock paper scissors, and then that's it. We lock in somehow, submit a commit to a submission, and then simultaneously exchange the submission and see who wins. And that's it. I think it does lose one aspect of challenges that people like, which is the ability to affect the results of aptitude. But pure chance, you know, pure chance, the closer that it gets to chance, the more likely that people view fairness in the challenge. But at the same time, they also like the story of improving and whatnot over time. And that can be a little tough with ideas of pure chance. Like for example, another challenge would be deal a deck of cards, and whoever deal a deck of cards, and that's it. Just every day you hit a why do these guys hit like dump trucks? Sorry, they're kind of loud. You say I've sent an answer. Wait. Oh, just like say what it is. I don't know. Paper. We'll do paper. I hope your answer didn't pop up for you. No, and Discord doesn't pop up because of streaming mode. Sure. Paper. I'll tell you now in advance. I'll tell you now in advance. I don't actually think about, since I don't know you well enough. I'm gonna probably choose like paper 5 times in a row, and then rock 5 times in a row, and then scissors 5 times in a row, and see if you catch on. And then when you catch on, then I'll manipulate you after that. Since it's gonna be an endurance challenge, so the idea is you dictate the tempo of rock paper scissors. So not quite the fairest of things, but there is something very magical about are these the guards or what? It would play like a more so a manipulating game at that point. But it'd be like the long haul. Once again, it's like the whole rivalry challenge thing. Doing something for a very long time between the rivalry challenge. You know, like kind of anime inspired. We keep pushing each other to do better. So I think that was kind of the idea behind the weightlifting thing. If both of us haven't weightlifted before, we would challenge each other. Then we would push each other, right? And that type of camaraderie is far more rewarding over time. But these aren't the guards. I'm supposed to take out the heckin' guys that just keep yelling at me over and over again. Do these guys not spawn anywhere? Like a Vegeta Goku situation, pushing each other to be better than the other. Well, they're pushing each other to be better. And what works really well is that they present it as though they're trying to be better than each other, but they're really just bettering themselves. And that's why it's such a heartwarming relationship, if you know what I mean. Like, they want to be better than each other, but they kind of are better than each other in different ways already by default because they keep pushing each other to be better. Those challenges are very heartwarming. Oh, classic thing for a shonen. The underlying thing about anime is that they're pushing each other to be better than each other. That's the challenge. They were never intended to be literally better than each other. And it's one of my favorite one of the things that makes shonen jump series, shonen like a series so heartwarming. Like even if one of the rivals think they're always going to be like they're destined or they're special, it doesn't stop them from encouraging their rival to consistently try to be better. Like they believe in each other to be better than each other, which is the most beautiful type of rivalry or challenge that typically are these considered guards, I wonder. Otherwise, these guards don't spawn very much. Yep. Alright, so I'm definitely missing something. Oh, yeah, see, only these guards? Really? The spawn rate on this kinda sucks. If those are the only guards. No. It's not even those. The heck is with this... The heck is with this quest? This quest is awful. Like, are you telling me those are the only source of guards? Whoops, I didn't mean to go to the most populated. I meant to go to the least populated. Yep. And now we're stuck. Because at least we can tag these guys. Oh, wait. Maybe they spawn when I light this up? Do they spawn when I light this up? No. Oh, it does. Just kidding. That's how that works. Alright. I'm being a doofus. I thought they just randomly patrol. That makes more sense. That's why I got swarmed. Not paying attention. Oh, that's neat. Someone who added you to slate me for my performance has just messaged me to see if I want to play with them. What a opportunity this is. That sounds like a classic Overwatch thing. Do you also like the... Oh wait, it doesn't happen in Battlegrounds, but if you ever play Hearthstone Construction long enough, and you win a game, like when you're laddering, you always get that ad and they curse you out and like yell at you and like threat your life and then unfriend you again. There's that too.
If even students from the other Tharches are being snatched, then who knows if anyone is safe? Are the nobles and red wizards off limits? That's deeply concerning. I don't like it. I really don't like it.
Yep. We liberated them. Flower power, you say?
I've read somewhere that people used to deface public property as a sign of protest. We should do that. Really show our anger toward the red wizards and Faye's current stifling regime. Considering how desolate and oppressive the environment is. How about we give it a splash of color? And flowers. Yes, flowers. I heard rumors that flowers have some sort of connection to the resistance. A sign of life and resilience amongst all this death.
This guy reminds me of the Bard that the main character, one of the main characters in the movie. It's shenanigans. Yeah. Without making it sound so trivial, I'm too old for that to affect me anymore. Like it's not that big a deal anymore. But it definitely happens when you're playing competitive games, even casual competitive games. I know how oxymoronic that sounds. But... So now we're just painting graffiti everywhere. Neat. Oh yeah, this is definitely inspired. Like this. Aw, look at it. Flower power. Alright. Your favorite is Overwatch is when they call you bad, so they challenge you 1-on-1, and by the time it's over, both of us have cooled off and end up being friendly? Yeah. it, this might sound a little bit reductive. Ooh. Oh, this is cute. These missions are pretty fun, man. So we're just going around the place spraying graffiti to show our protest. I feel like such a rebel. Oh, all of them are different. This is cute. These are good. I think they kind of outdone themselves. Oh, what was I saying? It's not any different from someone who's upset that I'm learning languages using Duolingo. It's a little reductive, but it's like seeing someone who's having fun and you just can't accept, like you get upset because someone else is having fun doing something you didn't find fun. So, like for example, winning in a manner that, oh, okay, only one person can interact with it at the time. Winning in a manner that is upsetting to you, even though you're playing by the rules of the game, is those type of people that I was describing when they like friend me just because they got angry that whatever archetype I was using is something they dislike, so they decided to friend me and get really angry. I'm like, oh, all right. We're all lined up. That's a cool flower. You know you can interact with other things too. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Nice. Okay. Oh, come on. Too crowded. Stay, dragon. Stay. Oh, that's cool. Alright. Now we properly act like rebellion, right? Trying to attract the resistance. This area is pretty sweet. I can see where they got that. I think I'm pretty Cryptic. I think outdone themselves when it comes to their standard affair. This is well above average. Praiseworthy.
It sounds like you had some fun with that. Really
I did.
adds to the charm amidst all the doom and gloom. And the locals are already talking about what you've done. Some of them are not quite happy with our choice of art, but everyone's a critic. Hero, I've heard that you faced down demons, fiends, and other horrors of the Abyss. We need that expertise now. Baphomet is here, or at least his aspect from what I heard. Spotted in an area fittingly known as Little Abyss. Red wizards are no strangers to infernal summonings. But to bring in an aspect of the Demon Lord himself? This close to a populated city? No. No, something else is afoot. I'll dig around to try and uncover what's going on. But you need to banish Baphomet before he tears this place apart.
Alright. Baphomet, huh? That's interesting. Classic. Oh, it's already 9 p.m. Okay. Yeah, demons and devils. Lots of demons here. And summoning a high-ranking devil. An aspect of a high-ranking devil, anyways. Sorry. No, it's just thinking about the person who actually did that voice sample. Like, think about it from the perspective of the that guy basically just body blocked me. Yep. And then prevented me from. Yep. This is what happens when. Oh, good. It counts for both of us. Nice. I'm out. Bye. Just think about the voice actor that had to do it, right? I wonder who did it. This little like super elevator thing. I think about this stuff all the time when I hear voice actors and like watching animation and stuff. Like someone made that noise, or some person produced that noise, or made it themselves, like with their voice. I'm like, yeah. I would love to do that just as an Easter egg.
I heard his bellows from all the way here. Who is this she he's referring to? Could this have something to do with Zastam's plans?
Zastam. Like yesterday I was so in Clair Obscur has all these like journals, right? Recorded journals, and they're different people's voices. I thought to myself, man, it would be fun to like record one of those journals, because it could be about anything while you're in it. Like maybe I would love to be like one of those people who would read like a fourth wall break, or like we get to write what we said in those expeditions and see if it flows with the thing, and just read one of those as an Easter egg. Or it'd be fun to like make a dog noise or a monster noise, and when you're playing the game you're like you hear that, that's me, and then that's it, and then no one would believe it, but it would be pretty funny because you would be able to demonstrate that you did. That's the type of stuff that I would totally be game for.
Our efforts have paid off. The Resistance has contacted me. A handful of their representatives are willing to speak with us. But they're wary. We're outsiders to them. The illusion might make us look like we belong in Thay. But locals know their own. They probably think we're from another Tharch. Best to let them believe that, until we fully earn their trust. The hero of Neverwinter is an enemy after all. They've given us a basic description of what they look like, and a code phrase for us to use.
Nah, interesting. Yes. We're getting some contacts now. You could ask the viewer that's making the game if they would allow you to do that. Yeah, kind of, like, maybe in the future, but I do genuinely prefer being invited to do that. Like, I watch quite a lot of few content creators who play games like of various nature, and those people are clearly not like professional voice actors, but they end up showing up in games and whatnot, and I absolutely love it when I see them.
soon as I hear something, I'll let you know.
Like a particular person that I watch, the first moment I stepped out in Cyberpunk 2077, like after the first sequence, I heard his voice and I was like, "Yep, that's him, all right." He has this whole spiel and it's fantastic. And then of course, the last game, my last clear up skill was Dave the Diver, and he was a extra character in Dave the Diver. So it's so much fun when people think of you as opposed to asking for it. But maybe possibly. I mean, it's open thing. I would work as hard as possible, obviously. Like since I have all the time I have time in the world. So if someone gave me like 9 lines, just 9 lines, and that was my whole responsibility for the entire development of the game, I would give them like the 9 lines in like 60 different ways. I might even go spend the whole time like practicing like different strategies and stuff to become that. Then it would be an incentive. It would be an incentive because someone invited me, right? It's the same thing we were talking about earlier. I am more likely to double down and commit when someone else has obligated themselves to commit to approach me. So it's much like why I play indie games that are solicited far before anything that I choose on my own volition. So those games, I actually did have a fruitful interaction with most of the indie devs that happened to coincidentally came across whatever I was doing, and I doubled down. Like no incentive necessary other than someone's trust and demonstration that they are invested. All right, so now we're getting any yellow Chilton apples.
Yellow Chilton apples? The roads are too blocked for that.
Okay. Oh yeah, this is the secret. That's right. This is our contact with the resistance. We're speaking in code. You feel a faint tingling sensation ripple through your mind as if something is gently brushing against your thought. Are you trying to read my mind?
Can you hear me? Good. The magic is working. I've established a telepathic connection with you. So, you're the one that's been going around causing all that commotion? I was against trying to contact you, but some of my people witnessed you banish an aspect of Baphomet. You've got tenacity, I'll give you that. You can call me Koss. I can see you want something from us. Otherwise you wouldn't have worked this hard to get our attention. I can't provide much at the moment. We've our hands full with Zaz Tam's regime.
Oh, which by the way, that person that you might have encountered, he is the developer of the game. Actually, I think almost all of my most of my interactions with indie devs, they're either the person or like they have like a friend. So pretty much most of the stuff, if I ever get to meet or talk to him by chance, it's probably a very, very niche indie game, and they're the only ones that are developing it. Which I love because it's quite intimate, but I haven't ever been part of a big thing. And that's likely the case because I typically involve myself with very hipstery things.
I hate to advocate alcohol, violence, or insanity to anyone, but they've always worked for me.
Okay. Any news on Chilton dinosaur racing? Oh, we're code speaking now.
Beyond bribery, cheating, match fixing, and enhancement allegations, nothing at all.
You feel the same familiar tingling sensation ripple through your mind. They all telepathic.
Telepathic link, all set. Thompson at your disservice. Not officially with the Resistance, more of a ride-along. I'm an investigative reporter working on a new book. Made quite a ruckus out there, didn't you? Liked what you did with the flowers and the paint. It's good work.
Thank you. My best work.
We can help each other.
All right. Okay. Brokers. You know.
I've some Talus cards for sale if you fancy divining without magic. Or I can read them for you. For a price.
I like a crystal that doesn't sing.
They all sing if you listen closely. Although, I could try to find a mute crystal if you like.
That's pretty good. You feel the same, yeah.
You're playing with fire, stranger. Pulling stunts to eke out the resistance? You must be desperate. Koraya Valora, disgraced red wizard, at your service.
Oh, you're a red wizard.
See what else you can do.
I'm just here to help. He told the guy to cancel queue for another match, but he was AFK and we found a...
Before you go, it seems you've caught the attention of Faye's newest contract killers. Keep up your antics and they'll sniff you out. They're tough, so you'll want to avoid them if you can. Or, if you can handle it, fight back. Might be something in it for you.
Oh, you're not going to read the whole thing? Oh, okay. So, before you go, it seems you... Right. You are now being targeted by... Okay, so this is the mechanic that was introduced with the North Dark stuff. Or not North Dark, but Menzo Bearzan. And that's fine. We're fine. Let's go back. I love this. This questline is fantastic. Well done. Also about you being invited to do a part in a piece of media. Your granddad is in the credits for the Lara Croft movie that came out a while ago. The reboot? Or the Angelina Jolie one? The recent reboot one? With the new Laura? That's cool. You want to flex that? I would flex that all the time. I love flexing. I know this guy kind of situation. Like, I don't get too much pleasure about flexing about myself, but I love when I know a guy who knows a guy. When did the reboot come out? I can find out. It only is it only one movie? Like, what I mean is 2001 Lara Croft? No, not 2001. Sorry, that's the Angelina Jolie one. The new one was like 2006 or something, right? No, hang on. Old? 2018. 2018 was the reboot. Yeah, it was fairly recent. So that's the most recent one, 2018. The old one was 2001.
That was surprisingly pleasant. I expected a colder welcome. Seems they're occupied with the current situation.
Okay.
We should help ease their burdens, lighten the load. It'll help solidify our position among them. Together, we might learn more about Saz Tam's plans.
What did your granddad do? I love these things. I share other people's story all the time because my life is not as as spurious as that. But I've yet to know someone from a movie. I don't think I know anyone that's in media. I'm the closest thing, I suppose. Alright, so now we have our duplicates, but we still have more. Oh, how much, is it 10 weeks? Yeah, okay, it's 10 weeks. We got 45. We'll look at the stores in the future. Okay, let's keep going.
In a society where death is not the end.
Okay, now we do
Makes
repeats.
You think about a peaceful afterlife. Heard from Cos that the safe houses are running low on supplies. Looks like you're going grocery shopping. Except
Okay.
you're not. Why spend our money to help the downtrodden when we can steal from the city?
Steal from the Robin Hood style? Alright.
Take your pick.
Sort of Robin Hood style. We're keeping the money to fund the resistance, so it's sort of Robin Hood style. What about
I
you?
used to get hired to do weather forecasts for nobles. Listen, there's no sugarcoating this request. The
Okay.
thralls have grown numerous, and unfortunately they need to be put down. Trust me on this when I say that these people are gone. They're lost to us, even the ones who are still alive. I don't like this any more than you do.
Yeah, thralls. I think he designed some stories for the sets. Oh, wait, what are those things? So not an acting role, but still cool. I absolutely love contributing to projects if I can. Maybe one day, uh, I mean, the most likely case that I'll ever.
We've got to help them
Oh,
however
we
we
can do the
can.
weeklies. Wait. Oh, those are weeklies? Oh,
The
that's
resistance has been
cool.
occupied trying to push back against the opposition, but it's never ending. Every week, something new arises that needs urgent attention. Wizards going mad, people disappearing, new undeads popping up, random demons summoning. I've not much to spare, but if you help us, I'll make it worth your while.
Wait. So they put in 3 weeklies in the beginning. That's fantastic. That's so generous. I love this. Oh, no, just kidding. This is the activities thing. Just kidding. We only got 1 weekly technically because this is one of these is heroic encounters probably.
The Red Wizards have struck up a partnership with assassins from the Shadowfell.
Oh, interesting.
Along with them, a new creature known as the Tenebraloth has started stalking the city.
Tenebraloth.
It's highly dangerous and nigh impossible to kill under normal circumstances. However, I have a feeling you will succeed where others have failed. If you can defeat this creature, I will reward you. Mark my word.
Okay, so this is slightly different. A zone boss. An orrery is a functioning model of bodies in space, usually the solar system. Oh, I see. He also got asked to put in a documentary as he's one of a handful of active orrery makers still left in the UK. Oh, that's so cool. That's really neat.
There's trouble
Heroic
afoot.
encounters.
News and reports of danger ramping up all over the city. It sounds like the Red Wizards are up to their usual schemes and experiments. I'll need your help to put a stop to their vile magics.
Hey?
Patrols have been trouble for as long as I can remember. You can't take a stroll without being stopped, searched, and questioned these days. They've been getting worse every year. It might be time for a little payback. Give them a taste of their own medicine. They're responsible for a lot of deaths in this city.
I would love to do a voiceover or something. Just so benign. Maybe like that guy that's having an existential crisis in the corner of a video game. Oh, that'd be me right there. Someone who unnecessarily explains something. That's usually a typical archetype in RPG games. All right. Let's go find out what this weekly is. So what at the end of the thing, it's 45. So at 45 plus a weekly, I'm guessing weeklies still give 20 or 25. Let's see. Wait, what the heck is this? Oh, we also have another track. Okay. How much is weeklies? Weeklies gives us 30. Or is it the hex coins? Hold up. Which is 10. Hold up. Did they increase the... Oh, it's coins. Ugh. So they reduced it to 10. That's not nice. They reduced the threshold. So now you have to do more. What about the week? Are these... That's pretty low. I dislike their choices here. What about this? It's 10. Yeah, so they reduced the threshold to increase the time played. That is bad news bears. I do not like that. Do these give 5? So they reduced the weeklies. Low blow, man. Low blow. Alright, so they doubled the amount of time. In the documentary, he said, it will be said when I'm gone that there's no one left to keep it going unless someone decides to follow in my path, which was a big guilt trip to your dad, man. And since he started learning how to do it from you, oh no. That's kind of funny. Alright, we need to go to a place that has a train, so we have to do heroics. That's a low blow. That's very unfriendly design. So Cryptic took a step back and made it even worse. Or extended the time even more. So now I have to figure out how blood works. Where are we? So we go to blood. I might only get to play like 3 or 4 hours to clear up Skira in this case. Oh, it's gone. Now where are we going? We're just gonna follow the peeps at this point. Okay. Read. We're going to read. Okay. Which is down on the lower floor. I mean, the map looks great. I think it's a low blow to decrease the currency gain in order to increase playtime. Increasing the daily repeatables would be the other way around. But I can see why they reduced the weekly so that they can increase the daily repeatables as a quote-unquote relative viable option. So the speed is relatively the same. But they went the other direction. They wanted to increase the speed, increase the length, not decrease the length. That's a big negative mark. Does the new region, though, compensate for it? I think it does, because this stuff looks cool.
All who touch that fog are instantly turned. Be careful.
Which fog are we talking about? I don't see any fog. Oh, that fog? Oh. Oh, I see. Ooh, and ground effects. Oh. That's cute. Okay, they really upped their design though. I like it. Now we have environmental stuff in the heroic encounters. Like environment stuff. That's pretty cool. But the question is how long? How long is this? How are we saving the civilians? I don't see any civilians here. Oh, these civilians. Nothing's happening. The counter is not going up. Stop killing the civilians? Oh. Oh, are they supposed to like... Oh, they follow you and you're supposed to lead them across? Oh. Oh, you have to lead them across the platform. Oh, interesting. So basically no one has... basically everyone in this group have no idea what they're doing. And they're just landing a civilian into the panels that kills them. You're supposed to lead them across this panel. And they're basically not doing... Oh, no, we got 3. That's nice. Hang on, I'm gonna try to lead a person across. Wait. Come on. Oh, rip. Wait. How? How do you... I gotta see this. All right, this person is leading across, right? Yeah. All you're slowly leading across and hope the platform doesn't light up, right? You just wait. Yeah, I see it. Okay. What do you say? You had a good chat with your dad about that, and he said that it was weird as he went into the first lesson with a weird childlike worry of being told off by his dad, even though he's a middle-aged man. Do you think you had a similar feeling if your dad was teaching you something? I was in... You were in a match a while, right? My dad didn't teach me anything. Interestingly, no. Like, by instruction. So I don't know how that would work. Like, my dad haven't ever explicitly taught me anything. Like, most of my life was taught implicitly. And he never says anything about whether I'm like him or not and things that yeah, probably I don't know what to feel in this situation. Largely because I haven't had that. I haven't ever been in that situation. That's an interesting thought. Wow, this takes a really long time. Okay, there's a bunch of other people are talking. Guys, cube works only for one person, cube owner, so you either need huge DPS or party. Okay, so cube is terrible. Looking for one to Neb. Bring a cube, please. What? So the other thing is tough too? Like, I'm so... Do not mindlessly attack boss. It's immune if you have no cube. Interesting. Yes, one-time use. Intriguing. So there's a lot of things going on here. I wasn't expecting this. I really wanted to, but it is a lot more involved than I think. I guess you pick a guy, and you hope to run up the left or the right side. Am I feeling tired all day? Not really. I just want to play clear obscure. It has been several late days over and over again. I have no control over what is happening here. Oh no, the game. Like, I have no control over what's happening here. You either grab a free dude, which some people are doing, and then you hope that they don't die as you run across. And then nothing else really matters here. Why don't I just go to clear? Because this is a commitment that I had. This is a commitment that I have already planned. I'm trying to complete the dailies, the weeklies. But I'm also looking at their heroic encounters. Oh, they don't follow you at all. Okay. Huh.
Lay them to rest.
The short answer is discipline is probably why I didn't go to clear obscure yet. Discipline. How much is that? That better be like 40%. Okay. 40%. I'll take 40%. So that was a heroic that was a major encounter. We're going to... Okay, so they're only doing blood and that. I see. Because all the other ones are... Oh, blooms. Which one's blooms? What the heck? Oh, this one. Are you going to complete all the ones on the right? More than that. I have to complete a currency quota. So you have to complete 100 in a week, but I do it in a day. And it used to be very agreeable. I'm not sure how agreeable this is yet. Because they reduce the amount of currency you're getting. So there's a cap of currency of 100. It's called the weekly haul. And right now I'm sitting at 45 for doing the main quest line up to the time gate. Kill the wisps and collect the essence. What do the essence look like? Are you committed to completing the challenges in just this one? In just this? No. Well, yes. Well, not really challenges. They're daily, they're weekly upkeeps. So I do my weekly in a single day, and I do them for 3 tunes. So this is just the first tune, and it's already taking me like an hour and a half. Well, like let's just say 30 minutes because I was standing there for 30 minutes. Another 30 minutes. Can I collect these? No, I can't. In what way are we collecting essences, my friend? That doesn't look right. Nope. You have to know I've been doing this for like the last 4 or 5 years, so this is a normal thing. You have a rough ETA on when I'll finish, probably like midnight, so another 3 hours, 2.5 hours, and then I'll play like clear obscure for another 3 or 4 hours. It looks that way because of how unfriendly the currency is. I think we're just gonna the second tune. I can't know the ETA, of course, but this is my first tune, so I do this 2 times over. So I figure out what I do for time. That's usually what I do. I have 3 tunes, so right now this first tune I usually use to gauge what's going on. Okay, so this one's okay, but this is a minor encounter, right? For 20. Okay. And it looks like the other weekly is disagreeable. So I guess we won't be doing those. 13 Acolyte. Oh, and then that'll give us the 4. Dang, two Twitch bots already today. This is interesting too. The downside is not that I don't want to do this. It's I don't have a lot of time or enough time. So it's more of an issue of not having enough time to do everything than not wanting to do. Okay. I sit here and observe most of the time. Have I done Valindra's Tower? Yeah. This Valindra's Tower used to be one of the highlights of this game. It was one of the first arcs of Neverwinter. Neverwinter Online, Valindra's Tower. What do you know about Valindra's Tower? Or how much are you familiar with Dungeons and Dragons? I'm not that familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, really. Most of the side lore comes from this game. Like, I recognize most of the stuff in like the Dungeons and Dragons movies because I visually have associated them with the lore in this game. And Valindra is one of them. One of the iconic. I know what I just Google searched. Fair enough. You know the basics of D&D, but you're not that involved. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this game is a combat MMO. So if you're wondering, like, yes, there are some semblance of cooldown and stuff, but it's positional, and it's so it's closer to an ARPG than it is World of Warcraft. So it has positional awareness in this game. And there are such thing as roughly 40 ping just framing and stuff, but with high windows of immunity and shift and dodging. So that is a thing in this game. It's one of those things that made me play this game for quite some time. Gradually, like, moving away from like World of Warcraft, tab targeting and whatnot. Did you see that the video of John Bernthal trying out D&D? No, I have not. John Bernthal. I need a face to that name. Bernthal. Oh, that's John Bernthal. I have not. Pray at the altar to stop the ritual. 20%. Where the heck is the altar? Oh, is it over there? Oh, is it these altars? Oh. We need access to this altar. Holy, there's just so many people. Okay. These things are wild, man. Alright. So we only get 10. We only get 10 for this. That's so absurd that they reduce the amount. Alright, I guess then we're basically relegated. 55. 55, we have what? 15 each cycle? Yeah, this is awful. I think, what am I doing here? So I just have to kill thralls. Okay. Yeah. That's nickel and diming for playtime. I'm not a fan. Do you know of Alan Reed? I doubt it, as it's more of an English known thing, but blew up online. I mean, that doesn't sound familiar. Let me see. Alan Reed. No. I would do you one better. I doubt it because it's not because it's a British thing. It's because it's a TikTok thing. It's a Saul Goodman type thing with a name. Oh. But it looks like it's more of a TikTok thing, so no. If you're talking about the blowing up part, it wouldn't catch my attention because it looks like the vast majority of it is from TikTok.
Submit.
English thing, you'd be surprised how much I know about English. It's kind of like saying, do you know Stephen Fry, when people don't even know who Stephen Fry is? That's kind of shocking. And he's well, I would say he's even less viral than this Alan Reed thing. Oh, this is not what I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be taking out thralls. Stop. Stop annoying me. Let's see how quickly I can actually do this next. Can you guess what the name is a play on words with? No. Not at the moment. It just sounds like I love weed. That's all that's coming to my mind. Pretty funny, in my opinion.
Conform and obey.
I know if it's a word pun, I'm not that great with wordplay. No. If it's a near rhyme, I'm not great with near rhymes either. I like the idea of wordplay. I'm horrendous at it though. We don't do wordplays here. We only enjoy. Is the word alright? Oh. Really? Alon. You mean like Alonzi? Or I mean like that's like I sorry, I got French in the brain. Allons-y is let's go in French, I think. Oh, so like, is it supposed to be alright, alright? Like the word alright? You're gonna have to explain this stuff to me very slowly because I am not that great. There's an accent in English where alright is pronounced like alright. Alright. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. Which one? Are we talking about like super? Have you ever watched Clarkson Farms? Do you watch Clarkson Farms at all? There's this one guy who has an extraordinary accent. And the N is a bit of a throw off, I see. Well, N's can be silent. So is it silent in that accent? Or is it a different sound in that accent? you're probably gonna I'm not sure if you're gonna anticipate what I'm gonna say next. When someone knows more languages, at least for myself, the more languages I know, the more I know about languages, the less and less likely I'm going to know word puns. Because I'm probably just gonna go down whatever is in my head first. So I don't think it helps that all I can think about right now is French. You're in awe that you know of Clarkson Farms? What do you mean in awe? I watch a lot of British entertainment. Have we already talked about this? Clarkson Farm is one of the top, like, that type of shows of all time. And I watch all of Grand Tour as well. Grand Tour recently ended. I watch Our Man, James May's show. Our Man In series. Basically, the guy always started his TikTok with saying alright in that accent, and then commentators start saying it sound like he's saying Alan. Okay, so that guy created an alter ego called Alan Reed. Okay. That's fair enough. Seems reasonable. Alright. Ambush. Your dad was in the live studio for a Grand Tour episode. Oh, really? That's really that's cool, man. Why aren't you as cool as your granddad and your dad? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a bit of a jab from me. I'm not surprised. Probably when they were in the probably season 2. Season 2, season 3 is probably the one that that your dad was in live tent when they were around the area. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's one of those. Yep. When they were still reporting their episodes away from the tent, like in the tent, but they were recording away from the tent and then showing in the tent as they were hosting. And in the later seasons, they were only filming on location. They only showed their on location stuff. But yeah, the first 3 seasons, I think. But the one season, the tent was in the UK. I think it was season 2. Because they moved around. Sometimes they were, one of them was in the US. For example, like that literal tent. That's pretty sweet. What counts as patrol guys? Oh. Okay, let's go to the other place. This location's really well done. Oh, is it above or is it below? The map is not so great. Maybe it's above. No, wait. I could walk around here. Nope. Okay. This is not how that works. Oh, I'm having navigation problems, which is pretty common for me. If Claire Obscure didn't say much. Oh, it looks like the new trials. Wait, why? I guess I can just wait for them to respawn. Is that faster? I can go down here, maybe. Wait, why are there 3 things here? Or is that above me? Oh, that's above me. Just kidding. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Flat map. No elevation. Are they patrolling down here or they... Oh, they can't be above me. They have to be down here. Right? Yeah, let's go find them. Hello? Friendly? There they are. Okay, at least this is pretty quick. So that's 15. 15 plus 10, 25. 25 plus 45 is 70. That means I have to do this cycle another 2 times. And that's probably what we're going to end up doing. And we can always TP up to the district, so that's fine. Oh, no, it doesn't. It takes us to the closest. Oh, no, this is pretty okay. Yeah, I am not a fan that they reduce the weekly. I imagine then there are going to be more weekly. There better be more. I feel like there has to be more weekly. I don't like the pacing. It's doubling. It's almost doubling the time. It's actually going backwards. They backpedaled in terms of making it friendlier.
Thank you.
Yes, 10. 5.
Circus has a message for you. A request.
Okay, we've done
The
this before.
shambling mounds are still about. They grow like weeds. But this may not be such a bad thing, as the medicine derived from their innards has proven quite effective. You've helped him before.
Yep.
And he can really do with your help again.
Alright, I got you. I had to do this cycle 3 times on the first day. That's unacceptable.
The resistance is still holding out hope that the process can be reversed. But I know the truth. The thralls have lost themselves completely. Some are still alive, technically, but they're glorified husks. They're
No mercy. Alright.
Know anything about Hezrus, Firebrand? They're demons fueled by a need for wanton destruction. A few foolhardy
I saw
symbols
some.
are using them to bolster the city guard and standing army. I say foolhardy because you need to have a firm hand with these things. And a firm hand they have not. We need you to kill the Hezrus. I doubt you need me to explain why.
Yeah, they were next to the mains, right? The mains. And then...
Most of what you took were probably requisitioned anyway. Some of that might have been taxes. If you can't pay with coin, you pay with whatever you've got, or they'll take you.
Another bad doesn't justify another bad, though. Just saying.
The city's displaying
Fight the
wanted
power.
posters, urging the public to rat on their own.
Okay.
Some of them are resistance members.
I see.
We should tear down as many as we can. And when I say we, I of course mean you.
Of course. Alright. I guess, is the activity one also only 10? That's... Yeah, Cryptic, you lose points for this. Forcing longer game time. That's a low blow. That's so anti-consumerism. Especially when it means cycling more. So yeah, we get 15 per cycle. So let's do that, do the heroic, and cycle twice. Because apparently there's a problem with completing the other thing. And maybe we get complete the activity for next week, which is only 10 now. So it's horrendously awful. The encounters are cool, but they're even less likely to be done now by me because of being cheap. Wanted posters around here. Or is it above me? No, it can't be above me. That is a pit with one of those guys in it. I don't see anyone. Where's this taking me? Over here. Oh no, I might just do one character then instead of 3. That's pretty much what I'm in line for at this point. And then I'll just do the 2 whenever throughout the week. We'll just do 1 maybe. Yeah, it really do be cutting deep. This is what happens when you triple the length. We're at 33%. It's practically tripling my time. Oh, that's not a target. That is not a poster. What am I looking at for posters? I thought I was I thought I was literally looking for a poster. Because they say remove a wanted poster. Oh, I see him. It's so tiny. So do all of these tents? Oh. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, this is not me anymore. Like, constantly pushing to increase a playtime length by artificially reducing the payout. Is not a favorable look to me. And then having interacting things involve going to multiple regions is also not a favorable look. I wonder what this guy does. He's a traveling merchant. Oh. It's gonna take a bit to fill out this. Which is kind of neat in its own right, I suppose. Fill out what to do each day. Basically, today is the day where I try to fill it out with the 3 tunes on what I would do. I think I just gotta bite the bullet and do the least interesting thing multiple times, as opposed to doing the more interesting things a few times or less times. Yep. White. Pathing is kind of a problem. Kind of. Lots of foot traffic. Yeah, yeah, ooh. Lots of foot traffic right now. Is it supposed to be in here? Yeah, and then everyone hits like a dump truck. Oh, that's one. I see. All right. So the big circles. Maybe this one has one. At some point over the next 10 weeks, I suppose, we'll have come to terms with where these things are. So it's just one here? Okay. I don't want to go in the encampment. Ooh. Okay. I see what I can do. Alright. So that one's okay. This one's okay. There's one to the south too. Yeah. 3 hours is not my cup of tea. 1 hour? It used to be 1 hour. So I'll probably not do 3 tunes anymore. That's too much. Less time, less airtime. That's...
No independent thought.
It might actually even de-incentivize me to keep up 3 tunes. You take time away from me, then the most reasonable thing is to spend less time. Well, not really spend less time, but if you take time away, then I still continue to play the same amount of time. So their goal was to increase my play time by artificially taking away currency. It's gonna be the same amount of time. I'm not that type of person. Not irrationally attached to things. It's one of those things like, hey, you know, I have this amount of time to play and complete these things. It's like, oh, hey, you know, we should really make our players spend more time playing by reducing the efficiency of things. That should increase them to play more. That might work for those who have FOMO, I suppose. But usually doesn't work for me. It just means I do less. And then try to like optimize it so that I still can get the amount done without spending more time. Very short-sighted, I think, personally. Whoever's idea was, sorry, Chief. Get a thumbs down from me. There is one silver lining to this, and that is, I have yet to realize what the milestones are. Maybe the milestones will offset some of these things. Maybe they have a lot of weeklies and quests designed to offset this later down the road. So for now, this is probably a step back for week 1. Week 1 is usually pretty strong, but this one is really weak. The map is fantastic. Whoever was doing that, obviously, they're different groups. Or it's a single developer group, but the people who makes these decisions are separate, I imagine. The quest upkeep is absurd. No, I was just brainstorming about my thoughts about this first week. This first week's like quest requirements. Yeah, ooh, terrible. And it's kept at 20. That's so disagreeable. Nope. Pretty sure I'm not going to do this. If this does not increase in efficiency in the next, like, I'll do it for the first week and then see what happens on the second milestone or the third milestone. But if they truly unapologetically inflated their game time by reducing the currency, then I will probably just do less every week. Instead of maintaining 3 characters, I'll just maintain 2 characters to offset the 30%. I don't fall for terrible math, in my opinion. And there's some terrible math. There's some very egregious mathing here. Nice thing is though, they address the TPing thing, which is nice. Where there are 4 different exits and windows in this area, so you can teleport between locations without too much trouble. They can reduce the travel time. These guys. Environment's fantastic though. Yeah, definitely don't mess with that. You like that my stream title's in order? Yeah. Deliberate. Very deliberate. I appreciate you noticing. Lots of people often ask me, often say things like, well, this isn't that, and I'm like, yep, because I didn't get to it yet. It's always in the order of lowest effort, right? And then most emotional pleasure. So if you ever want to know which one takes the high effort and pleasure, again, pleasure doesn't equate to want. So high to low, do you think that even if it's just a little bit, it helps you to stay committed to doing it in order in the title? High to low? Yeah, high to low pleasure. Or no, high to low effort. And then low to high pleasure.
Those rewards.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So now let's just turn on some music. Because minimum sound. We're gonna turn on to normal tracks. Gotta stay. Yeah, it's now we're cruising, so we'll see how long this takes. It's a good litmus test for today. When we do our second and third character. I usually play after a while. You know, when you're playing live service games, you've heard this so many times. It's great to take a little break from it. Anyways, yeah. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're recovering supplies, so we've done this. The good news is I've repeated this enough so I can kind of know what I'm looking for already. The problem is small corridors kind of look very similar. Maybe we can sneak a lot of these. Sneak, sneak. Ooh, that actually looks really cool. Alright. Slowly but surely, I'll become a little bit more efficient each time. Slowly but surely. This is our last rotation around. No new lockbox. I could have opened some lockboxes from all this stuff we have to do now. Okay. Come on, supplies. I'm not used to where. Oh. Alright. Supplies are okay. The heck? Was that not 6? Oh my gosh, I'm missing one. Oh, okay. Alright, so now I can TP to this side, right? I think it was East Plaza. Yes. And now what am I doing? Take out undead. Oh, is it underneath? It's underneath. What happens if I alley-oop? I die. That's what happens. The fast way down. You leap from a great height into it. Okay. There's an achievement for you. The achievement is you leap to your death. That happens. The ye old good way. Leap to your death and then respawn. Just never know what type of little Easter egg achievements there are. These are demons though. Wait, is that dead really above me? I thought it was down here. Alright. Good. Okay. So, oh, it's mains. Oh. Oh, it's mains and undead are on the other side. That's why they. That's why they have 2 listings. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. So we do the mains here. And then we do the skeletons and whites over the other place. Working on it, working on it. And then the undeads stack with the whites and skeletons. One of these guys. I think they also increased the number of takedowns and the number of interactables to some extent. The average interactable has increased in number. If you were comfortable saying, is there any news for you on the women front? No. There was some interesting it was like my father mentioned someone who was like a single mother. It was interesting. But that already creates a conflict of interest. I had to be honest. Oh, that takes me down. That takes me over here. So would I go and would I do this? Yeah, I have a large conflict of interest when it comes to that type of thing. Do you not have a woman in your life that you like to be closer with or anything? I don't really have a lot of any. No, not really. It'll be kind of awkward because most of them are married. In that way, if you're talking about that type of situation, gotta take into account my average age and people. Most of them are married. Yeah, you gotta take into that account. Realistically, the vast majority of them are married. So trying to spend more time with them might present a interesting dynamic. Do you not have any motivation to be looking? Not particularly. But it's not like I already don't do things that make me very visible. I have a lot of exposure publicly. So looking would be not quite the word I would be using, but I have a lot of exposure. I usually try to do things and then find out. What do you mean, how come? Wait, I'm not entirely sure if you know, like, we're on the same wavelength on what I mean by exposure. I mean exposure in the sense that I do a lot of things that makes me visible in the public. So the idea is that I don't actively technically look for people, but I have lots of opportunities to see people. So if I have opportunities to see people, if the opportunity presents itself, you would think of it as kind of actively looking for things, but I actively do things and see if opportunities are in them. I don't create the opportunity, so to speak, or I don't seek the opportunity. I go and make myself as readily available as possible, and then see if opportunity aligns with those. So the answer is kind of yes and no. I do have a motivation of meeting people, which involves meeting women. So kind of yes and no. Do I think I'd be very nervous approaching a woman with the intent of forming an intimate? Absolutely not, because I would already know. We would already be in a relationship before that happens. ¿Cómo se llama el item? Sorry, I'm reading chat. The chat is blocked for courtesy, but it's on the bottom left. When I'm like moving like this, I typically look at the public chat in the game. It's an international group, largely European dominant, for Neverwinter Online. Alright, so we're not gonna matriculate another one, but this is good for a displacers. Okay. For the first character. Now we do this again. I generally don't get nervous about these things, I suppose. Alright, so this is the weekly haul, right? This is the weekly haul. It's 100 currency. So now we do it again. A few more times. Okay, so you never go up to a stranger that you find attractive to see if you could lead to an intimate relationship. I go up to a stranger because I want to form a relationship. It is lower. It is lower. So we got to think about the order of operations here. I'm more likely to go up to someone who I would form an intimate relationship because I would be seeking relationships before intimate relationships. So most of those relationships would be the same as looking to lead for an intimate relationship. Like there's no segregation between those two. The way you're phrasing it would imply that your approach to leading an intimate relationship is different from having a relationship with someone. Like you would approach a casual relationship different from an intimate relationship when starting with a stranger. Most, if not all, intimate relationships start with relationships. For me. So they're one and the same. So any stranger, I would be more likely to start a relationship regardless of whether it becomes intimate or not. Alright, we can do a campfire run. There's only one thing that we can do right now that allows campfire running. It really reduced the amount of currency. You're just thinking of a short collation where you're sitting in a bar, then you see a pretty girl, and then you would try to hit. I would say you look very pretty, and start a relationship. Whether it becomes an intimate one is regardless of whether I start the relationship. I don't start relationships based on whether it's going to become intimate or not, but I start relationships based on getting to know people. So I do not discriminate between whether I try harder because it's intimate or not. I try as hard as possible regardless. It's another human being. One might even say, if you were being reductive about the love that I share, I love my best friends as much as I love any other person I love. Now, if it develops into an intimate relationship, that's afterwards. That's after the fact. So whenever you're like at a bar in any situation with a stranger, I would try my hardest to be friends with them. It's not the idea of differentiating between, oh, this human being is super pretty, so I will try even harder in this situation. No, I try as hard as for anybody because I don't know if they will become intimate or not. That's probably kind of where we're going with this. Your situation implies that I would, if someone's really pretty, I would try harder or do something special for them. And then if someone like say not pretty, I would try less than I would. Does their physical attractiveness not affect it at all? Well, it does. But that's not all that's the human being is worth. That would imply that physical attractiveness would take precedence over everything else. But I see a human being, not just the physical physical attractiveness. So when someone's not physical attractiveness, does that mean they're less? I'm unlikely to be less intimate with them? That's kind of weird. If I meet a stranger, I'll try to be their friend. Or like I'll try no harder than any other else. I try my best when at the moment. It's kind of one of those things when people say, "Oh, do you treat you?" This is one of the ironic things, I suppose. Do you treat people with equal respect and value? It's like I do, but not in the same way. Like not all the same way. I don't treat them based on the same metrics, which is something a bit different from how other people treat. When they say you always treat everyone equally, you treat everyone equally when it's equal. So like someone can be less physically attractive and someone can be physically attractive or more physically attractive, that kind of thing. So when they're all equal, you're evaluating appearance based on equal metrics. And then for me, I'm like, that's a human being, so like, I'll just try my best in the moment. But if you go into it only thinking of a relationship, then later potentially an intimate, how would their attractiveness affect it with the starting goal of forming just a relationship? It factors in because every human has qualities, and it's about looking at it more than physical attractiveness qualities. So it factors into being relational with the person. How does it factor in? If they're attractive, they are more likely to be attractive to other people. That factors into a relationship. You have to understand it from their point of view. The attractiveness factors in because it also affects their behavior. Maybe they love to take care of themselves. Maybe they have a healthy lifestyle. Perhaps they really like makeup. Their attractiveness and their physical attractiveness and their outward appearance affects the relationship. It affects the way I interact with them. How I treat them, how hard I try, I'll always be trying my hardest. That's why I talk about these things. Like, it looks important to them. I need to know this. It factors into the relationship. You can't simply say, I don't think physical attractiveness is important, and then you expect, oh, this person, you kind of like this person, and then you're trying to convince them that physical attractiveness is not important. Or the other way around. If that person thinks physical attractiveness is very important, I must factor it into the relationship, regardless if it becomes intimate or not. That's taking the whole human being and taking their whole thing into consideration. The relationship of all the behaviors related to the property you're looking at. Separating physical attractiveness from your perspective would imply that you don't actually care about that person, care about what you care about, which is a little bit different, which may still work out because if that person happens to favor the same thing you do, then you don't have a problem. So many ways can work out, but for myself, physical attractiveness affects all of that and more. I operate on what is observable now. So if they're very physically attractive, then it affects the relationship. It doesn't affect how hard I try to be their friend and whatnot. Every human being deserves company, or at least deserves my respect for being alive and giving me the time of day. It's probably not for everyone though. probably not for everyone. And how it would affect their attractiveness with the starting goal of forming, it's whatever I see at the moment. So some people can, like, you have to think of it in the context of the whole person, not the attractiveness itself. Like, a person, I could not be physically attracted to a person, but incredibly intellectually attracted to the person. So then the overall effect of forming a relationship is still different. It would not change how hard I try to be willing to be their friend. So yeah. For you, if you're in a situation of being intimate with a girl in a one-night stand kind of setting, then I mostly just evaluate based on physical attractiveness, as I view that as more of a transaction. But if I want to have an actual, then their personality is far more important to me. Well, now you're changing the game. You're changing the type of relationship. And that's fine. I don't have a relationship differential. A one-night stand could turn into a relationship. So we're seeing it serially then. If you're choosing to one-night stand and there's no and one-night stand is terminal, then yeah, I would say that's very appropriate. I don't see relationships as terminal, so that's one of the bigger selection factors that create a conflict of interest. Yeah, that can create a conflict of interest. But that means they terminate. I don't terminate, usually. Also, when you say a transaction, you obviously care for them in terms of... That's fine. I don't think you have to care or not care. That's caring less, nevertheless. But we're not talking about whether you care or not care. But it's to the extent that you care. But you don't tend to care for them in terms of the message. Yes, we're talking about... now we're talking about granularity. So whether you care or not, most people care about things that affect them. So there's no concern about whether you care about human decency or not. In order to form a one-night stand and or those type of transactions, you would have to care about it to some extent to be successful. But it's the relative care. When you say I think a lot of times the care for me is depicted by the effort you place in, right? I don't think of relationships as an end goal most of the time. I guess you probably heard this way like a broken record at this point. But have I had any one night stand? No, I haven't. I had a one night discussion. One night discussion. That's as like even in my opinion, speaking is far more than a one night stand. It takes a lot more input than doing a one night stand, but what I can say, it's so nerdy in a good way, funny way. Well, it's one of those things like a one night stand to me happens a lot where we wish we could continue being together, but then we're going to be thousands of miles apart. You see what I mean? So all the situations that you're referring to that a one night stand could happen, the people that I meet who eventually I talk to ends up being people who we respect our boundaries, but it would have been lovely to be friends otherwise and make it more of a one night stand. Actually, most of the people, I don't know if this is a weird flex or what have you, but most of the people that I meet are out of convenience as opposed to long-term things. Would I go out of my way to impose? Why are there so many people? Am I in the wrong place? Oh, I am in the wrong. Wait, am I? No, I'm not in the wrong place. Just neat things. Yeah, that's why if I'm in that situation, I try to emotionally detach yourself. Yeah, yeah. I don't emotionally detach myself no matter what. But I think there's something to be said that your emotional investment is very different from mine up front. So, this is going to sound like a broken record when it comes to the process. I see the process more than I see the goal. So, I cannot anticipate, like I don't focus on whether I can anticipate to be intimate with someone if I haven't already become their friend, or if I haven't already cracked a one night stand discussion with them or a one night stand possibility. If I do not even cross a one night stand possibility, there's no thinking about what comes after. So it's much like language learning. I don't think about being fluent in Japanese. I think about what I can do now to learn Japanese. Process. So in that way, I always try as hard as I can day to day. I don't determine how hard I should try, hoping for better returns, or bigger returns, or more important returns. Do you think you have any trouble being assertive and intimate, or would that be an issue given the type of person you would come? It wouldn't be it would be a non-issue because if I had to be assertive by that time, we would probably not be very committal to begin with. Like it would be very difficult for me to imagine a situation where we get to that point and I would have to be assertive. That's probably also why I didn't get to that point yet. So perhaps there's something to that, having a behavioral pattern that's more assertive. I'm more of a comforter, not a... That's how I just described myself as a piece of bedware. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if you have comforters in the UK, but there's such thing as... I just realized that's a piece of bed equipment, but... do you think you have any trouble being assertive? Yeah. Or would that not be an issue? Yeah, it would probably likely be... If we get that far, it would be very difficult to say that would become an issue. Last time you got emotionally invested in a one-night stand, she ended up mocking you online after you tried to make more than a one-night stand with her, which was the main reason you started. I see. Are those weighted blankets? Yeah, they're weighted blankets. Yeah, the thing on top. The thing that's usually in a duvet. If you're familiar with what a duvet is. The reason why I asked is because Lawrence from Lost in a Pond made comments comparing American and British lifestyles, right? And one of them deals with the bedding. There's bedding differences, substantial bedding differences between the United States and the UK. Not that they don't exist, but the names are different. Like the words and the terms are different sometimes. And then there's top sheet. Like there's a top sheet as well. so I only ask because I know you well enough to know that there is a contrast. Yeah, of course, you've heard it's uncommon to have a duvet. It's very common to have a duvet and a top sheet. I'm not, but I think they're just called comforters. So like a different term. And the comforters, like the comforters typically are in a duvet. So they're like kind of one in the same a lot of times. The comforter is often comes with a duvet, but the term duvet is not used very often to like minimize sheets, right? Like in sheet usage, anything to make the lifestyle a little bit more convenient, the ye olde American way. And top sheets are very common too, to further remove getting your duvet dirty. Do you call the fabric you put over your pillow, duvet, and mattress bed cloths? There's a bed sheets sheets are the things you place over your bed, at least in my opinion. And duvets are anything that zips around a piece of sheet. So like pillows would be fabric that's being sealed around, so a pillowcase a lot of times. But the duvet specifically often refers to the blanket that is stuffed into something. At least that's what I've come to use it as. And then sheets are what goes around a mattress, and then a pillowcase is just a pillowcase. Interestingly enough. I don't use either. Actually, I have a pillowcase. But I actually have a very normalized body temp, so I only use a fleece, by the way. I don't have a comforter or duvet or blanket. I use a microfiber fleece throw. I use a throw fleece. I don't know if you're familiar with that. A throw fleece. So like I legitimately most of the time I go through the year round in the basement in a throw fleece. All of that together is known as bedclothes in UK. Oh, clothes. Interesting, but you think it's more of an archaic term. Interesting, bedclothes. I'm not sure if there's a category. Yeah, I'm not sure what people call categorically what people call the bedwear, linen. Oh, linens. I think the closest term I can think of is bed linens, just linens for short. Even though linens is like a fabric type, so you could have like a linen shirt and stuff, but oftentimes I hear linens. You have terrible issues with overheating in bed, which is weird as you're quite skinny. Oh, interesting. You've seen some people think bedclothes means the clothes you wear to bed, like pajamas. Yeah, I also wear pajamas. Yeah, I wear pajamas as well. But yeah, what's a throw fleece? Are you familiar with a throw fleece is? It's kind of like the same blanket you would have like if you're sitting on the couch and you want to like snuggle up. That type of throw fleece, just one of those. Yeah, it's one of those like really plushed, like they feel very smooth fleece things. Just a thin sheet. It's kind of a thin sheet. Kind of. It's not so much the thinness, but more like the material. It's like a heavily weaved thing. Are you familiar with what fleece is? Which is it's usually on sweaters. You can have fleece sweaters. It's that type of material, but now you just execute it. Yeah, so it's one of those, and that's it. That's how I sleep with. I actually do. I have a top sheet, like a bed sheet on top. I actually sleep on the ground, on a ground mat. So there's also that. Like I sleep on memory foam, like just a trifold memory foam on the ground. More akin to your futon, like your futon material. But since memory foam has improved over the years, I should buy one of those. I don't know if you like that texture on your bear. The texture, I think the texture feels better than regular sheets, but like fuzziness? You don't like the fuzziness? Is that for a reason on the ground? No, it's just very convenient to be on the ground. No other reason, it's just very convenient. Yeah, like a trifold, it's a big memory foam slab. Well, not big, because I don't roll around very much, so I sleep on like a twin size bed size. As in, near like 10% taller than me and like 10% wider than me. I just sleep on it. That's it. Oh, the fluffy feeling. You're not into the fluffy feeling. Like a flat, not smooth, but like a flat thing, like just straight up like flat. No, like texture. You don't like your texture, huh? I quite like the fuzzy texture. But largely it's because most fleece are hypoallergenic. Is it a double bed? A twin? Oh, no texture at all. Yeah. It's funny. Lawrence, Lost in a Pond, just did an episode on bed size differences between the United States and Britain. A twin size is your smallest size, whatever the UK's smallest size is. But I don't remember. I'm pretty sure twin is not. It's not the same word as the British, but it's whatever the smallest size is. A single. I think a single is not a measure size in the United States, so kind of tough to know what that is, but it's probably single. We do king and queen size, but they're not the same size, if you know what I mean. The UK and the United States, all of the words that overlap are also not the same sizes. Like a king is not the same as the king size in, man, the United States and Great Britain, man, I tell you. You should really, I would highly recommend that episode. It's kind of that video. It's really funny. So it's the smallest size. How do I measure it? It measures about 6 foot, 6 feet by. It's like 6 feet by 3 feet. It's like the size of fast food meals. I know, right, dude? I swear, when I don't know if it's more convenient to have a foreigner who doesn't speak English than having a foreigner speak English, but between Americans and like American English and British English standards, because it's so funny when it's like, oh no, that but not that. Like, for example, I think your king size is bigger, like the UK's king size is bigger than the United States king size, but there's a bigger king size than king size. There's the Californian king size, which is bigger than the king size. I don't want for me, these are the existing things. A twin size bed is the smallest single size bed you can have, and that's what I sleep on. There's an extended twin size, which I don't know what you call in UK, like twin X, but that doesn't count. So there's twin, there's single, there's a single, and then you go to like queen and king. So twin is can be smaller than a single. It's basically, if you went to college, that's the size of the bed. Colleges have twin size beds. I don't move around a lot. I just plop onto a place and stay there. 6 by 4. 6 by 4. 6 feet by 4 feet. We'll use imperial units. It's 6 feet by 4 feet. Have you ever slept on the ground? Like on a foam mat? You looked up the comparison and they show the dimensions for US sizes in inches and the UK one is centimeters. Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh my goodness. You see what I mean about... That's awkward, isn't it? Oh, for heaven's sake. Actually, I'm more used to centimeters than inches because Amazon tends to go by that. Partially because international commerce. For heaven's sake. And the only way I can tell you that is it's 6x4 is because I'm using my body as a metric. Like how big I am. It's like it's slightly longer than the length of my body, and it's slightly wider than my shoulders. And whenever I'm in like my own apartment and whatnot, I usually have like air mattresses and other pads for guests if they ever want to stay over or something. These foam mats are pretty fantastic. I like foam mats. Memory foam mats. UK has a weird mix of units of measure. We use pints for milk. Yeah, we still use pints for milk too. Yes. Still use pint quarts and gallons. I think still use pints for ice cream. Actually, most dairy products still have pints, gallons, and dare I say cups. And then we have fluid ounces. Fluid ounces. Imagine using cubic centimeters, or like some sort of. Would that be troll just to decide to use like cubic centimeters instead of like mils? I'm starting to think of Jimmy Carr again whenever I hear myself laughing near the end of my laughing. I'm like breathing in. Fucking Jimmy Carr ruined me. I think it's funny, by the way. Yeah, I can't do it. It's like I'm losing air as I'm laughing. I don't know how he does it. I don't even know if he's breathing out when he's laughing. Like, that's the only way I can make the sound. Your grandparents still get their milk delivered by the milkman in glass bottles. Ah, yes, the glass bottle. Yeah, he always stretches out the last one. Yeah. Like, it's so uncomfortable. He does have quite a smile too, so he looked very different before. I think that person has his like appearance and like how he appears, his presence has only become grander and grander over the years. I saw some like older stuff, and nah, his presence has another level nowadays. It's more recent stuff. I've been watching this other guy. I'm not sure where he's from, but he does puppet. He uses a puppet for his comedy. I forgot the guy's name. Bob? I don't know. He uses a hand puppet, like one of those Muppets. Not that type of Muppet. The other Muppet. No, I don't remember his name. But he has a purple Muppet. Like from the Muppet Show. I don't know how many acts there are with that, so I'm pretty sure that's a pretty identifiable thing. It's like a purple guy with a suit. It appears on my like YouTube Shorts reel. Randy? Oh yes, Randy Feltface. Yes, that would be it. It's pretty good. I like the guy. Randomly popped up as I'm like watching little kids. I watch Game Changer a lot. Like whenever even clips come up of Game Changer, so most of it bounces off Game Changer. I think that's what it's called. Be kind of awkward if it's game, like it's under something else. It's kind of like a whose line is it anyways situation type of show. And I don't remember the host's name. Like a mainstay guy was Brandon, the D&D nerd dude. Sam Reach, is that how you pronounce his last name? Yeah, Sam Reach. I really like that show. Improv comedy is with like a cultured improv comedy is pretty wonderful. You might be thinking, well, isn't all comedy cultured? Sometimes they're not. Actually, I kind of think a lot of them are not. Slapstick is a very common one, as opposed to like cultured comedy. Run away, run away. I'm looking at the clock. By the way, in Neverwinter, there's a local clock right underneath the mini-map, which I really appreciate. I think games having local time adjusted. So this is looking like an hour and a half, at least an hour and a half to do this. I think I'm gonna, because they extended the time, I'm only gonna do 2 characters. I'll do the 3rd character. Do the 3rd character on my own sometime. Before the week's over. They increased the length by 30%, so I'm cutting it by 30%. For a special occasion, of course, because Player Obscured is calling my name. I'm losing so much sleep lately. Like I wake up, I'm telling you, I'm legitimately doing nothing else. Immediately after stream, I eat and cut the live stream, right? Cut the live stream, start the upload, and then that's it. And then I would eat while doing my dailies. So, you know, do the dailies in Neverwinter. PSO2 while eating, and then doing my dailies on Hearthstone. And then I do my review, my Spanish review, because the Spanish reviews are on my own. It's every other day, and I have to refresh my Spanish review. And then Wanikani and Hazuhiro is handling themselves. But that also means that I'm not doing immersion or like stuff in the evening. So I'm effectively doing nothing but dream, sleep, and do whatever I'm doing on stream. What does 2385 mean? That's how many days since I started my first stream on Twitch. That's from the very first day. That's how long I've been since the very first stream. It's how I quickly oh well, it used to be how I quickly capture the amount of time, but not anymore since Twitch pretty much obliterated that, so. But I'll always know the number. The number will always be. If I had any poll on Neverwinter, I would probably tell them to set the weekly back to 20 currency. Because that reduces the bootstrap by one whole rotation, if not two. Unless next week is going to be different because we hit a milestone. And they introduce other weekly tasks instead of relying on cycling of repeats. I think 2 cycles, no more than 2 cycles. We're hitting 3 cycles already. And then having a weekly that is arguably apparently having problems. It's probably really neat, which I could do another day, but not today. And I'm obvious. I won't be talking about like loot and stuff until later on when the thing is unlocked, which I imagine is not unlocked because that's how it's usually done. It's on the second week. Let's find out. Or it's unlocked right away. You cannot queue. You have to complete the second milestone. Yeah, same deal. Loot, queues, loots. Loots. Loot. Loot. Sorry. Loots. Items. Loot. Booty. The booty. I mean loots work, actually. But yeah, we're talking about the booty. Yeah. The booty. But we're not going to talk about loot until later. When we actually have access to the trial. There's a lot to talk about in this game. A lot goes into it. I mean, okay. Hear me out. I know this is gonna sound like it's reductive, but I really do mean there's a lot to it, but when was the last time I ever did something that there wasn't a lot to? So there's a lot to it, I think. So we try to spread it out. Spread it out for the convenience. And what I mean by reductive, it's not a lot to anyone who doesn't care. So I'll take that. If you don't care about it, then it's not a lot. But that's kind of one of those things. Who said this earlier? Someone said this when I was playing Claire Obscured. Wait. You know the phrase when people say it and then I like directly point it out, but just to be funny, or try to be funny, and it might not land all the time. But when someone say like a all true statement because they want to like make a statement about something, so like for example, oh, this would be such a great thing if it was done correctly, and my first thought is, well, most things are really great when they're done correctly. So I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that statement. Would it not be that those who don't care miss a lot? Don't care. That would be coming from the speaker perspective. I'm saying it from the non-speaker perspective. So the people I interact with. So for those who don't care about the thing that I'm doing, they won't miss a lot. But for me, from my perspective, if there is a lot and they don't care, they would miss a lot. Yes. So I was saying it the other way around. So for those who don't care, as in not me, for those who don't care, they wouldn't miss a lot. Yeah, from the empathetic standpoint. But that is also true. It would be if they don't care, they don't care, miss a lot. Wait. Who don't care, miss a lot. Is there a comma after that? But I think you know what I mean, right? So there's a lot here. Like, I think there's a lot here. But generally speaking, most of the things I do, there's a lot to it. However, I was trying to be considerate to the idea that other people might not care. So if they don't care, then they wouldn't miss a lot. Because they don't care. It's not important to them. The alternative is to say, I think there's a lot here. So if you don't care, then you're missing out. Which is something I typically don't say. Because even if you don't, like, it doesn't matter what I say is important. It only matters when it matters. Oh, that's a good saying. That's one of those sayings that, like, if it's done correctly, it'll be good, right? For this, I will use that type of terminating phrase. It matters only when it matters. As in, if the person doesn't care about what I'm saying, then they don't have to miss anything. I don't have to convince them that they're missing out. I think there's enough FOMO in the world right now that making someone feel guilt is the last thing I want to do. Honestly, it really is the last thing I want to do. Now, why do I think... Oh, am I going to do 2 extra cycles? Now, why do I think that's important is because you still can't help feel that way when you start to care about someone, right? And I'll still say it begrudgingly, regardless. So, you know, like someone would say something like, oh, I'm sorry I missed you. Like, I wasn't able, I was too busy, that kind of thing. You'll still get the broken record thing from me saying something like, again, there's no obligation. You shouldn't feel compelled or obligated to be present for things when your life is busy. In fact, it would make me very, very assured and happy to hear that your life is so busy that you have... What the heck is this? Why does this even open? Why is that even a thing? Oh... Oh, it's that guy. Okay. Yeah, that's the guy that you're supposed to defeat, but I can't do that because this game is rigged. I'm kidding. So it still happens. But anything I can do to offset, like, yeah, sometimes I just care about what you care about. And that's pretty much the long-winded explainer for that. Sometimes I am more interested in what the other person cares about than my own, because this sounds a little bit egotistical, maybe a little bit narcissistic. I don't really need people to care about the things I care about to feel good about doing it. So because of that, I wouldn't want to place the burden on someone to feel responsible for having to care about the things I care about. You have enough things to care about. The last thing I want is being an impediment for your presence, or like being in need of your presence. Now, that gets me into hot water. We were talking about private life, right? You know, like personal life and intimacy. That gets me into hot water. I got into hot waters multiple times because of that. Because that can be misinterpreted as me not caring to want you to be around. And that's a conflict of interest between personalities. So if someone gives me that indicator, then would be unlikely we would be friends, but unlikely to be intimate, right? There's a huge gap between someone who does not want to place pressure on their partner to be ever present, and then there's someone who feels loneliness because their partner doesn't assertively place pressure on them to be around. But like the nonchalant method, more like the I will always be there method. So late stage intimacy or late stage relationships. Maybe not intimate, like passionate, the difference between passionate and intimate relationships. I'm looking for an intimate relationship, not a passionate relationship. I think sometimes they're one and the same in early stages. But like trust and mutual respect and unconditional trust is built on long-term relationships. But the downside for me is that comes very much sooner than other people. Other people have been hurt a lot. Like the individuals that I've had the opportunity to interact with, most of them have been hurt before and or been tangentially warned of how cynical and promiscuous, especially men, because I largely interacted with tradition, like my parents gravitate towards traditional women. So traditional women have often had this cynicism that's baked in to protect them, of course. Like it's the traditional value, right? Like men can be, infidelity is a thing, controlling is a thing, and that type of thing, right? Patriarchy and whatnot. So that stuff comes first. So a lot of times clinginess, a balance of clinginess, is somewhat expected. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. Traditional in terms of their roles, traditional in terms of behavioralism and cultural norms, norm practice. No, so it's not one necessarily predicated on prejudices, but more on like being discriminatory, but more locked into traditionalism because families existed before the modern day society of like trust and transparency and whatnot. So like kind of like oh, don't trust strangers online, that kind of situation. So they are very practiced in it. You don't necessarily hold them accountable in the sense that, oh, that means they don't trust you. It's more like an exercise in due diligence, I suppose. Like, oh, be careful, you know, when your men stop concerning themselves with the this is gonna sound very old traditional, so we're taking tradition. When men do not show indications of neediness or clinginess, that could be a sign that they're disinterested or there's infidelity, right? Unfortunately, a lot of times in traditional values, I do not fall under that type of traditional value. So it can be seen as that if you are raised to believe that. And because of cultural clashes. Like I'm one of those individuals that would make it seem like I'm disinterested because I don't place demands on people's attention. And some might think that's a lack of intimacy or a lack of passion. As opposed to understanding that it's an implicit unconditional trust. I expect people that I'm in a relationship with, whether they are platonic or intimate, that I'm always available and I'm ever present. But I don't obligate people to be present for me. So there's the freedom. Oh my gosh, dude. I really dislike this wanted poster thing. This wanted poster is horrendous. It's so hard too. Like, this navigation. The place is great. But holy heck. This wanted poster. Yeah, see, that's not a wanted poster. Like, where are you even telling me these things are? Like, are they up there? Like, verticality, please. They're probably up there. So I've gotten into trouble before when someone's like, why aren't you calling me every day? Like, aren't you worried that if I hang out with other guys, like, no? I legit, that's one of the conversations I've had before, where this person tried very hard to entrap me by suggesting things. I'm like, I'm not worried. Like, why would I be worried? And they're like, well, you know, some people are protective and sheltered, right? And that's part of the traditional upbringing. So, and mine isn't. Yeah, I don't see how these poster things. This is awful. Like, if I mark this, it's taking me upstairs, but I'm actually marking downstairs. This is quite a nightmare situation. And these things probably don't even respond, so I need to find a route for this poster, or else this is going to drive me insane. Yeah, I don't think these things even time. So I need to find alternative locations for these posters. And this might not even be, no, this has to be right, because sky. I can't be above. So there should be 2 here. At least I remember there were 2 here. Hello? Or not? I just ran right by it. There's 1. It's a situation of here's one unrelated. Here's one unrelated thing about the psychology behind live service. Right? One is about live service tends to be about intuition and efficiency for the time invested. Quite a lot. So when it comes to like really wonderful like designs like this, right, this would be considered a really out of the box design as of late. As in, this map is incredibly interesting, but at the same time it becomes less desirable because it's a live service game where, like, okay, well, it's great for its novelty at first, and then you realize it's fashion over function. And now you're just wandering around trying to figure out what's the fastest way to do this the next, like, 50 times that you have to do this. I hope it's not the next times. I'm gonna give Cryptic the benefit of the doubt that they decide to reduce the weekly count because they have a lot of additional weeklies coming up. I really doubt it. And I'm hyper focusing on the weeklies because you have to do this weekly. And if you ever want to play another character, you would have to do those weeklies as well. So it compounds the situation. What may seem like a 20 to 30% increase in the volume is multiplicative based on how many characters you're willing to play in the game, which is supposed to be increasing the players who are more willing to play more than one character tend to have overall higher play time, right? And this little change triple down the problem. And now I'm basically, because of that triple down, I'm not doing a third character now because it's taking too much time. I'll just do it leisurely some other time. I'm still gonna do it, but not now, and I'm probably not gonna record it. So we're gonna do an addendum until I see like a change. So maybe I'll do the third guy next week if I find out that the bootstrapping is not as severe, because I can't see myself doing this again one more time. It's a combination of wanting to enjoy this thing, but at the same time having to do the same task 9 times over is a bit of a even I don't have that much things to talk about. Again, because my bottom line is I want to be a commentary effort, and there's too much downtime now. Too much downtime. Like, what do I even talk about now? Later on in the week, it gets a little scant. What's an interesting topic, actually? What's a current event that's happening right now? I was looking at interviews of the director of Clear Obscured, and there's this like really fun quote that's going around for Clear Obscure, which I was gonna say for in a bit, but the guy mentioned that one of the motivations for creating the game was that he was bored at Ubisoft. So that's kind of funny. You know, sometimes boredom breeds creativity. I still would love to know if that person knew of Child of Light, the Ubisoft game that I quite enjoyed. You're like, holy heck, dude. 45. Okay, we do have to do the heroic encounters too. And I'll do some closing remarks for this. It's to the point I might actually even axe. I might even axe the third character. So in this game, I play tanks. I play tanks most of the time, so there are 3 classes that can be tanks in this game. So I take all 3 through their routes, and I like 3 because it gives me an opportunity to optimize the route, possibly the routes, but I don't think there's any rescue for this. That's kind of why I find this whatever this trend that they're going for disagreeable. It's reducing the joy or the fun part about being efficient. But I really like the map, and I can kind of see like they put in a lot of work on how to make the map interesting while navigating. At the cost of more efficient pathing. While at the same time, I think because of the inefficient pathing, like this in general is incredibly cool and thematic, but also egregiously annoying. And then top it off by having to exacerbate the pathing with more and more repeats of the same thing that requires pathing. Like this quest isn't even marked because there are undeads everywhere, but you don't quite know where until you there's undeads in various places, so you can get normalized with that. But all the inconveniences, like whatever you find inconvenient now about traveling, is exacerbated by how many times you have to do a repeatable or travel around. So that's a lot of dead time. That's kind of like saying your favorite part of Souls game is the walking part. Retreading the same place that not exploring, where that's different. Retreading the same path because you have to do that path. So nothing new, just treading over and over again. So all of the layouts, the beauty is double-edged here. I love the verticality and the layout, and like this stuff is cool. Like look at this. You have the double layer thing going. That's a very wonderful mechanic, double layering things. To create a sense of scale. So the sense of scale is wonderful. Clear Up Scare does that super well too. But the tasks themselves highlight the detriment of having scale. And that's something Clear Up Scare does not do. Like, does not abuse. In my opinion, decreasing the currency abuses that. It makes you tread that scale over and over again, and it overstays its welcome. Like, I have to do this. I get 10, 7. Like, I have to do this another 2 times. I might actually even call it here. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that the second milestone, which is which I'll do tomorrow. Oh, I mean the next week. I know there is a chance. No, there isn't, because you can only unlock it after hitting 100. So that stuff is still present, where you have to force yourself to duplicate all those runs to get the weekly haul, only to unlock the milestone at the end, so all that currency does not flow over. Introducing a flow over currency would reduce the time investment, but it will also reduce the play time as well, and the consecutive logins. There's so much to this to like, and then there's so much to this to dislike. At the moment. So 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Some of the stuff that I thought was heading in a really wonderful, considerate direction turned out to be the opposite. I actually thought backwards. So this would be one of them. Though I thought they were heading towards being more and more conservative, but no, they pulled back. So naturally, I will probably share less about the game. Or not really share less about the game. It's still the same amount. I'll just end up doing less in the game. In that time. I'm basically already over the layout of this map. It's already worn its out. This is like a competition how to overshadow your map layout. How to showcase all the weaknesses of the design you've made. Make the player do the same task 3 times over. Of course, one could make the argument, but these are weeklies, so you have a whole week to do them. You try telling that to someone. If someone like myself have so much time on a weekly basis, you try telling that to anyone else who has less, and I'm still have my patience worn thin. Crazy. I'm kind of the low ball here, at least in my opinion. Although, having another game waiting on you is kind of a tough call. Like, I've seen this same rotation, and I still haven't gotten a rotation on this like supply mission yet. Like, I'm still not sure how to rotate around to get the supplies on this mission. It feels like I'm constantly doing the same rotation, but it's not covering. Yeah, it's not covering the same grounds. Okay. Somehow I keep missing 3 as I'm going through. Yeah, I might even end early. Kind of unprecedented. My cutoff is going to be at midnight. So we got 33 more minutes. Do or die. I think some things are above average and some things are incredibly below average. Being greedy with your currency is a big no-no in my opinion. I don't think that stuff is even negotiable. And Cryptic sticks to their guns when they make these decisions. That's kind of something that's a bit admirable, actually. They don't double back too often. There was a double back on the Moon Dancer one, where something took a really long time, so they decided to lower the amount of time, the overall amount of time to do it. But it came all the way after, like it's so delayed. Okay, so displacer beast up here, yeah. Come on. Yeah, 15 displacer beasts, and they're like scattered like this. While the other ones aren't scattered. Like, come on. You didn't even have to do that. Somehow that ticker made me stay in combat for like 8 billion centuries. Yeah, this is the last rotation. I'm gonna not even be able to do the haul for 2 characters. Call it counterintuitive, but people are more likely to, in my opinion, I don't know how true this is. Just my thought. People are more likely to still continue playing more. Oh no, this is a named mob. More likely to continue playing, doing these campaign things on more characters if the thing is more efficient, not the other way around. When they're less efficient, they are less likely to play more in this game, because then, quote unquote, the word "it's not worth it, it's not worth our time" comes up. And sure enough, I am out of time. Want more people playing longer hours? Probably not. Not to make it seem like you're doing even less. With more time. You spend more time doing less. Feels bad, man. I think this is where, yeah, we go down here. I am becoming familiar with the map though. I should put a timer on this now. These things I can't spend more than a specific amount of time on doing module work. Okay, so this is the deal moving forward, because I don't like the direction that Cryptic is going, or whoever's making the choices on how long they want to keep players locked in. So here's the bottom line. I do it at least with one character, so whichever one's longer, right? If I get one character done, I will put the limit at, from now moving on, as an executive decision for myself. I know executive decisions are pretty easy to make when you're the only person involved. 3 hours or one character. 3 hours or one character, whichever one takes the most time. So if it takes more than 3 hours to do something with one character, I stop at 3 hours no matter what. Like, so we're already past 3 hours, right? So I stop at 3 hours. If the one character takes longer than 3 hours, I'll commit more than 3 hours. So one character must be completed, or 3 hours max. So if we complete a character, then I can stop whenever 3 hours are up. If we do not complete one character in the weekly haul, then I will continue until I at least complete one character. So then I know like what the route is or whatever's going on that week. So cover the mod. So I already completed the one character, and it seems like a really great quest line actually. I really like it. The graffiti thing is really fun. You kind of learn quite a lot about the atmosphere and the lore around it. So what do we do so far? We visited Thayan, like this place, this outpost, and clearly lots of people are upset, right? They don't like it. The Thayans are red wizards that have a very dubious form of control over people. They elicit indentured servitude, raise corpses, people are starving, lots of rotting, and then we got the inn and made contact with the resistance. Try to ascertain what Zastam is doing right now. And that's kind of the theme so far. And now we're basically what happens when you interact with this? Oh. That's the start of the heroic encounter. Yeah. So that stuff is great. The milestone stuff. Causing you to do this stuff over and over again might actually leave a worse feeling, but I don't want to get that anyway. It's life. I sound like I'm trying to be nice or something, but it is part of the risk you take with live service. So this will definitely, in my opinion, increase player time among the existing player base, possibly. But I'm not one to cater and worry about existing player base. They're gonna do it whether they want or not. That's kind of the message I'm getting from the design choice. Counting your laurels, in my opinion, resting on your laurels. Like, hey, we don't mind making it as tedious as possible. How long can we get them to do that? That's kind of what I get from this. It's the small things that matter to me, I suppose. So right, like I did this and I have to do it again one more time, right? You have to do it one more time over, which I can do. I have 22 minutes. Yeah. Let's do the heroic encounter. Overall, reduce the number of takedowns per repeatable is a good one. Is a good area. Yeah, heckin' remove wanted posters. Holy heck. Alright. Let's do the heroic encounters. Oh, no. I'm debating. I'm debating. Nah, we're good. We're good. This is it. So, congratulations, Cryptic. You defeated me. I don't want to do this. We meet our minimum requirements, so we're... Yeah. What would be the difference in your mind if you say... no, there's no difference. Or, there's no difference because it would mean both. Like, I am not naive enough to say that there is... it requires context. And the context would include both. So if you're just saying those in isolation, it means all of the above. They both overlap. Why did you choose to go with hacking? Because I prefer to use that word in the moment. Context. Alright. I think we're good here. So, let's do a little bit quick laundry for this. You started with Nox. You pick up the guy. The dude was pretty cool. I wasn't paying attention to the dude's name, unfortunately. I think the dude is standing over here. Harper Tesser. Harper Tesser snuck us into the Thayan outpost, right? Thayan outpost here. So then we were introduced to the state of things, which is not good, right? People dying, rots. Basically, the Red Wizards are buttheads. Then we graffitied and helped out a bunch of people and defeated an aspect of Baphomet, which was part of, I guess, they're doing the wizard thing. Is this the entrance to the trial? I wonder. The tower, that's probably, or maybe that's where. That's the set piece is super awesome. We got the win of the resistance, right? The la resistance. Sorry. Resistance or something. I don't know how French people make that noise, man. Like make that sound. I'm thinking of it in my head, but I can't really imitate it. So, we got that, and then that's it. We finally made contact with the resistance, and that's where the story ends right now. The set piece is awesome. The set piece is awesome. Like this map is impressive. I really like this map. This map is really cool. It has verticality. And with that comes the double edge of functional. It's incredibly functional in the sense that it's pretty clear how they're laying out the place, so that you have the central hub here, and you have crossways, and then you have 4 entrances. Like here, I think somewhere here. There's nothing in the top left, but you can see the mines working for its layout. So the layout is something you have to get used to. And then the downside, what I'm seeing at first, is that the first week is a trudge. Like, it is not great, in my opinion. First weeks usually go like a blast. Like 1, 2, 3, and 4. The first 4 weeks, really smooth, really cool. You're engaging with like whatever the streamline experiences, and then the rest is repetition. Like the rest gets drawn out and whatnot. But instead, in my opinion, very disagreeable. In the Infinite Wisdom, they decided to slow down the first week, and I like to hope that it's not the second week, third week, or fourth week, because otherwise I think we're just gonna reduce our playtime down to even more, and If I don't upkeep 2 or 3 characters, I'm not going to upkeep them at all and just stick back to 1 character. You know, you talked about it before, but would you mind telling me quickly why you tend to stray away from using a swear word? When I was 6 years old or 7 years old, I was running after a girl. Like we were playing tag and I swore, and her mother was going to pick her up, and she looked at me really, really weird and in the face of terror. So I never swear again. The girl was like 3 or 4. I was 7 and 8. But that's besides the point. That's something that I would share out of the sheer impact of it, but largely because I really dislike how the English language has devolved into swear words. That's the main thing we already talked about. I stray away from swear words because it encourages me to explore more words. That mother must have stared and a half to do that to you. No, it was just a kid thing. Because they don't know what I'm thinking about when I was younger. Because my mind is racing when I was younger. It was less manageable. So there were many ways to demonstrate. I think swearing, this is going to be a huge hot take. I think if you have to swear and it encompasses your entire language, it's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of an inability to incorporate more things in your life. Now, barring that, some people might not have time for that type of thing, and they're not concerned with that type of thing. And that's perfectly your prerogative. But since you're asking me why I quickly tend or why I tend to stray away from swear words, it's not the sake of straying away from swear words. It's straying away from overusing words as a blanket for a lack of self-expression. Now, I love comedy that wields these words for meaning and impact, but these words do not have fixed meanings. It's like saying, I get this, I get that, I like this, I like that. There's no expression involved in them. It's a blanketed phrase that is, in my opinion, lackadaisical and lacking effort. So whenever someone explains to me things in greater detail, instead of using F this, F that, I hate this, I hate that, I like you, I love this, and then they use them so interchangeably, it does not express anything to me anymore. There's no detail. Because heck isn't an uncommon word. You just had a double negative. Heck is not a common word. Like, you think it's a common word. It's not a common word. Not as common as the words you're talking about. You're choosing to not place the words in the context of other words. You keep picking words. I was more curious in terms of the fact that you replace swear words with another similar word like flippin' or heck, as that's not to with finding other words to explore to use instead. As that's not to with finding other words, that's not true. Flippin' and heck are different situations in which I use flippin' or heck. I'm not replacing them non-negotiably. And if you don't see that, then I don't know what to tell you. You treat those words like they are the same then. We're in an impasse because you think those words are the same to you. They're not the same to me. So, and heck is not as common as the F word or bruh. Actually, in fact, bruh replaces heck most of the time. So I don't use bruh unless I have to. I use bruh in very specific situations. So they do have nuance. If you choose not to see that I use particular words in particular places, and you only choose to see it as a replacement for a specific word, then I can't really help you with it, obviously. What would you replace it needs context. You're constantly separating the words from all the other words. Would it be heckin' or would it be different depending on the situation? It would be depending on the situation. I say certain things with certain moods, and right now it's more of a heckin' mood, but not. I wouldn't say it's a heckin' mood. That's kind of weird. I would say more of a like a shenanigans or what was yesterday's move? Yesterday's move was more of a... What was the word that I used? See, I can't even remember what word. What's a heckin' mood? I don't know what's a heckin' mood. Yesterday I used a different word, and you kind of fill it out. What was the word I was using? A kerfuffle? No, it wasn't a kerfuffle. I said it in Claire Up Scared. It comes up every once in a while. Like more... It's not shenanigans either. I'll tell you in a bit when I start playing. But anyways, generally speaking, you'll probably pick up on it. I think I have a very specific type. Craptastic. I'll tell you when there's craptastic. Sometimes it's a womp womp moment. Like when it's like a womp womp. Not a crap, but a womp womp. And then occasionally things are dumb, but they're not dumb in the sense of dumb, but they're the sense of the F word. Sometimes I say silly instead of heck. Like, oh, okay, well, that's just plain silly. But some people would say that's just plain effed. Is the main difference in deciding which word you use the level of passion you're trying to convey? Maybe. It's kind of hard. I don't know. Sometimes it is. I think sometimes I like it to be thematic. Like, this ain't it, Chief. That's a substitute for the F word too. So I don't. You know? That ain't it. What's another one? You walk up to something, it's like, nope. Nope is a replacement for the F word. Well, I mean, we can use like other words, right? Like, well, darn. Well, isn't that just a crack and a half? What, that ain't it instead of that's effed? Yeah, that's effed. Yep. Yep. Like, well, that's borked. This is or unhinged. I use unhinged when I'm referring to mechanics. Like, man, holy heck, is this so unhinged? Well, we'll see. I'll make a glossary. I haven't really taken into account how many ways I've expressed the same thing, where I feel most people would just say, well, that's, you know, I say heck you sometimes. Like, oh, okay. Like, heck you too is like Duolingo or something like that. That happens. Is there a reason for it? I think it's more like, I think it's a lot more fun to replace words that you know what the words mean. Do they mean the same thing? I don't know if they mean the same thing, Procol. It's a very hard topic. Like, it only means the same if you're thinking the same as me, which two people are incapable of telepathy. So like, if I told you, when I say heck you, I really mean heck you, not F you, because I don't use the word. Like, those words are different. So I can't even say that when I'm saying these things are just a replacement. They're not a replacement for the F word. Like, the F word is the F word. Like, along with all the other words, they are those words. I'm not replacing them. I'm using different words. Now, whether I choose to use the F word, I already told you one of the childhood stories. Again, we're just hanging out, younger person, and I very early in my life, I realized that my English is not as refined as my behavior. And as a Chinese child, seeing adult disapproval, whether it's your parents or other adults, that's a public display. So since then, there are rare moments I do drop swear words, and those are moments of incredible weight, but they don't happen ever really. Like 99% of the time, it doesn't ever come to that. Like, very rarely does it. So yes, the F word is still the F word for me, but if you see me say it, something dramatic. That's not always true though, as you have replaced the F word in your message with heck before, or was that you just finding a word that you think better describes what I meant? It's how I'm reading it. I read it the way I want to interpret it, because I think that's not true. That is true for me. It's not true for you. You use the word, and I use a word that I would use to express that meaning. So your F word is not my F word. When I use the F word, is nowhere near what you're using the F word for. So no, it's not the same F word. So, and then you can make an argument, well, doesn't that mean it's the F word? And so you're asking me if I'm replacing the F word with heck. The answer is no. If I use the F word, it's going to be something really dramatically offensive. As in, I want to intend to be offensive. As in, I use it for the very nature of what the word is. So when I read your things, I'm not replacing my words. I'm using your words and reading it with my words. And there's a reason for that, not because it's the F word. It's because I'm streaming on YouTube. And maybe Twitch too, but I don't know. And also my considerations for other people. Like my considerations for other kids and other people, even though most of my streams and content is marked for mature audience. So no, it still does not stand for the same reasons. It's not a replacement for the F word. It's so much more than that. So there's more context to why I don't use specific words. Like always, I don't use always most of the time. I stray away from never, hate, not because I don't use those words. I use them when I really do mean them. So when someone says, oh, I always hate this, my first question is like, do you mean always in the sense of almost always, or do you use it in like it's enough to make you feel like it's always? So I do use the word always. Most absolutes? Yeah, I don't use most absolutes. I use very likely, often, seldomly, usually, rarely. Those types of words I would use, and it's very much like British speaking. I think I love hearing British people speak a lot of times, like in the media portrayal in the to the United States, is because they're very eloquent about their choice of exactness. So whenever someone says everything sucks, I'm like, I like to think it's not everything, right? Like, and you're gonna hear me repeat, substitute, like what I think you mean. Like, that's not always true though. When you said that's not always true, That's mostly. It's when you're talking in absolutes, it's easy to disqualify. It's a lot easier to disqualify and qualify your statements. And I didn't say every time and always. I said most of the time. That's an inference. Like, you did mention it before. You said that I would stray away. I would try to tend not to say those words. And that would be the most accurate way of describing it. It's not that I haven't said those words. But for the record, I have not said those words on stream. That's probably the way. And I say this for a little bit of fun because there are quite a lot of people who try to get me to say those words by reading their messages. And now I've become quite excellent at replacing words really, really quickly. And yes, that would be the words I would use for my own benefit, not to replace the words that you mean. So like, your word will still continue to always be your F word. I will be using a different word because that is the word that would elicit the same feelings for me. My F word is probably the ugliest side of me you can possibly think of. Or saying like, you're dumb and you're stupid. If I say that out in context, it would be something that I would feel incredibly guilty about, but at the same time, I'm incredibly emotionally unstable at the moment. So finding myself calling someone stupid, like genuinely stupid, would be very, very... It would be a time for me to leave, as in like, I have met my wit's end. You did physically replace the word when you read it. However, I understand it's different as the meanings are different. Yeah, the meanings are different. As in the word itself, the meaning of me using heck instead of... I actually skipped over it. I didn't actually replace it. But I typically... And then I also replace a lot of words that you probably noticed where I replace you for I and I for you most of the time. I do paraphrase people's comments as well. But this is from practice. But it does not mean it's not... I would agree. I can concede with you that it is that, but more. I think that's the easiest, that's probably the most conservative and compromising way of saying it. My vision for the things that I do are because I would like to say I want to remain more, I can do things with more of these words. Like, it goes back to that original point. I can do more with more words. I do less if I'm determined to restrict myself to specific words. Yeah, the meaning are different is reductive, but I didn't want to just repeat what you said. Yeah. I'll tell you a story that happened during Neverwinter about language, right? Someone that a while back when I was playing Neverwinter, like 3 years ago, to make this relevant and tie into Neverwinter. I used to play Neverwinter on a daily basis, so I daily drive, right? Daily drivers is what I come to understand in terms. So live service games tend to make streamers into daily drivers of that service game because it's a live service, so you do it every day and it forms a habit. And the audience, the community that are interested in live service games, they tend to want to see and behave in that similar way. It's like drinking your cup of coffee. Like, you go to Starbucks, everyone, those same people go to Starbucks around the same time and you can chill there, right? That's the live service model. So I used to do that. And sure enough, Neverwinter has a specific type of crowd and very specific type of circles. So in that circle, not surprisingly, comes with language. And I am not part of that Neverwinter circle. As in, when I read the politics and the jargon and whatnot, I live in a country with that jargon. And I also live with the awareness of other countries with their own jargon. Now, this person happens to be someone who resonates with this. So Neverwinter has a community that is incredibly orthodox, as in they have very monoculturally strong identities. So what happens is you encounter a lot of people who would say certain things, and then when you say something different back, it elicits an incredibly violent, possibly even detrimentally scary encounter. So one of them was, there was this person who clearly struck to me as someone who is very cynical and disappointed in life. Like they shared with me a lot of things that they're upset about and the politics and geopolitics around their life. And one day it was Christmas, right? It was Christmas time, and that person came by and said Merry Christmas. And I, sure enough, much like this, I was like, oh well, thank you. It's like happy holidays to you as well. And the next thing they said was, what, you're not gonna say Merry Christmas back? Like, are you like like, are you so liberal that you think that saying Merry Christmas would be too discriminatory or racist? And my first thought was, no, I actually say happy holidays because there are more people in this chat than us, and I wanted to wish everyone a happy holiday because not everyone celebrates Christmas, but they still love to join in the joyous occasion of the holidays. So this person was like, well, that's all right, but I was expecting a Merry Christmas back. That's disrespectful. It's like, well, I apologize for my disrespectfulness or unintended disrespectfulness. Merry Christmas to you, and happy holidays to everyone else. And that, in my opinion, is what happens when the world treats language like that. So if there's anything that I have a hidden agenda about when it comes to substituting words, or like, you know, substituting words, or using and exploring the use of other words, it's largely because sometimes when you get stuck using and expecting the same words, they might not be the same words anymore. And it's not to say that you can't be happy with everyone saying the same words. That would be great if everyone spoke the same language and used the same words and have the same behavior. That might be a little less interesting to me, living in a world like that, but it would also remove a lot of conflict. So this person did not interpret that happy holidays also includes Christmas. They believe that Merry Christmas is the only acceptable response to them. So do you respond to viewers with a view of giving a reply to all the readers rather than just the one that they ask? I try to respond in the most knowledgeable and cultured way I am able to respond, and then that other person can share their response of that viewpoint. So most of the time I like to believe that the other person understands that I understood their remark, but I'm really trying to communicate by not telling you what you want to hear, not only doing that. So in order to demonstrate to them or to anybody listening to me that there's no confusion, if you understand what I'm trying to say here and what I'm trying to do, then we'll get along just fine. Otherwise, eventually the person will leave or like stray apart because most of the stuff that I say would be disinteresting, right? Like this would be a disinteresting topic, which is going to happen during Neverwinter streams, by the way. Neverwinter streams are notorious or having the highest dislike ratio that I have when I'm playing. Largely because it would probably have to do with the nature of the things that I talk about, which is other cultures. That it's very like fine point, like talking about quality of life, mental health. Those things come up on like just suck it up, bro, kind of thing, or how is this related to lives, or that kind of thing. Those are the things that all collectively select for people that I may or may not get along with in the long run. They will outgrow me, or maybe the other way around, I will outgrow them. I don't know what the perspective is here. At some point, those individuals will only be interested in certain things, and I'm not only those certain things. So that's kind of one of the things. Now, for the record though, in terms of swearing, or swear words, you know as well as I do, I probably know all the nastiest things you can possibly hear. It doesn't necessarily mean I have to always embrace that. This is slightly off topic, but related to the meaning of the words, you know the riddle that's what month of the year has 28 days? All of them do. You think saying X amount so exactly implies that it's exactly X? Yeah, all the months have 28 days. Yeah, it's about it. The riddle is very easy if you're in inclusive thought, if you think of inclusive thought. But if you're thinking of exclusive thought, that illustrates it. It's not actually off topic. It's right on brand, Brokaw. I see what you did there. That's an excellent riddle. When you hear that, if you immediately think all the months have 28 days, then you're far more inclusive than you might think. If you immediately think it's just February, then yes, those are the exact people I'm talking about. Those people and I will only get along like some of the times, and that's perfectly fine. I really appreciate their time during those times, but eventually we'll hit a part that's outside the scope of their world, which that's what life is like. There are people who think that February is the only month that has 28 days, and I see that pretty much every month has 28 days, if not more. If we switch calendars, maybe there's some sort of weird calendar out there that possibly have less than 28 days per month. Who knows? You can technically take like 3 days out of every month to make a new month, and then all the months will have 28 days except for 1 month. If you think of it that way. Think about it. Take 3 days, or you can, yeah, take 3 days out of every single month, and you can form a month with 36 days, and then the rest would have 28 days. Fun, huh? Fun when, like, would you say the calendar has 12 months or 365 days? So when the question says 28 days, you don't view it as them asking what month has exactly 28 days. Both. The answer is both. I will say, can you qualify has? Is it a conditional numerical amount, or is it a less than or equal to, or a greater than or equal to? So I would ask them to clarify, because I would know both answers. So not one or the other, both, and then some. Because I would even argue that every month, all the months have 28 days in a different way. Yeah, because the riddle is purposely ambiguous. I love riddles, but probably not for the same reasons that you love riddles. A little bit, one last story to go with this. Playing a video game is like solving a riddle, in my opinion. Especially a video game that has complex systems, right? Like, even more so a video game that has other people. When someone asks, what is the best way to complete a dungeon? That is a riddle. It is purposely meant to be ambiguous. And once it's ambiguous, you have a lot of answers. But the people who struggle most with the riddle emotionally are the people who believe there's an answer to the riddle. The people who are most interested and intrigued by the riddle are the people who don't have answers. Like, what I mean by that is who can't settle on an answer. They have ideas and theories, but they don't settle on answers. The idea is that it's fun to explore all the possibilities. So if you're emotionally riddled, that's my best attempt for a dad joke. So if you're absolutely riddled with guilt, frustration, and perplexed by not knowing the answer to a riddle, because you believe there's an answer to a riddle, then you might be the former before the latter. For me, I'll give you a little thing from my younger self. There was this really popular thing that I really enjoyed in my gifted program in high school. I was in the gifted program. I was selected out of like a bunch of kids, went under a psychologist's evaluation, and we were placed in this like fun extra special time instead of going to specific classes. And one of the activities that we did was to read these books called Story with Holes. And the whole point of the story is that there's an ambiguity in the story and an outcome that needs to be explained. And that ambiguity encourages the person to be as creative as possible for yes or no questions in order to propose a specific solution to it. How old was I? High school. It was between 15 and 18, like 14, 15, like 14 to 18 years old, right? So what you do is you were given a story, like say, there was an airplane, like people were in an airplane, there was a flight, and everyone was healthy when the flight, during the time the flight took off, and then when they land, everyone died except one person. What is the hole in the story? So you're permitted to ask yes or no questions because the description of the story is incredibly ambiguous. It's not that like lacking in detail. A lot of times there's even more detail to lead you astray. Like they'll make comments like, okay, so everyone was healthy except one person, and that one person was the only one not sick when they land. And then there's a reason to explain all that, but you're trying to figure it out because the ambiguity is the thing. And one of the biggest things that separate someone who's has one train of thought versus multiple trains of thoughts is that the person being inclusive will likely have many questions to tackle and many ways to approach getting to the right answer, versus one person who would ask directed questions in a way that it would confirm the exact situation and answer that they have, only to very statistically get stuck because they no longer think outside. They can only think in that one line of thought, so they can only ask questions in that one line of thought. Like, for example, the Merry Christmas and the Happy Holidays thing. I could have only said Merry Christmas. They would only have been able to, like, notice only, the word only, could only be satisfied if I said Merry Christmas. In no way is Happy Holidays, is no way Christmas is just any holiday. It is Christmas. So there's no other way to interpret my words other than the way that they chose, right? And that's perfectly acceptable because I will know and I will apologize. If that is the only way that they can interpret it, the only way that I can make or save face is to apologize. Now, what does my apology mean? Probably not what this person thinks. My apology is that I understand that my world of holidays is a little bit more ambiguous than their world of holidays. So I apologize for not being able to empathize with their point of view, right? That's what I'm apologizing for. What they might think is they're apologizing because they're right. As in, they deserve the respect because they know that Merry Christmas is the only important holiday in their lives. So that's kind of the thing, right? So how many months of the year have 28 days? Curious, isn't it? And I would say all of the above. If there was a multiple choice answer that said February, 1 month, all the months, I would expect at minimum to have D, both A and B, which is indicating one of the type of line of thinking, and then E, all of the above. Yes, I'm just yapping. That is correct, because that's what we do here. Thanks. And yeah, like those posts that said solve for x 5 times 12 plus 3 minus 18 equals x. Oh, that's fair. If in that situation you said Merry Christmas instead of Happy Holidays and someone got annoyed at that, would you apologize to them? If they tell me if they got annoyed by that, they probably say something like, you know, not all of us celebrate Christmas. Or something like, you know, not all of us are Christian. And then I would say something like, oh, I understand. So happy holidays to you. I happen to not be Christian as well, but I also participate in wishing people a happy holiday because I believe happy holiday is about goodwill regardless of what type of holiday you're celebrating. So I wish all of you the best. And I won't even say holiday. I was like, wish you all the best in this time of jubilance and celebration. So instead of participating and contributing to the fire, I prefer to just spread cheer. So if it means apologizing to them, then I would do that. So I would apologize regardless of my answer, or my answer. So you would apologize regardless of my answer. I would apologize and explain my answer. Is probably better way, it's probably what my intent would be. I would prefer to add more than subtract and say less. I am far more likely to say more than less, especially when regarding someone. So here's another word that I tend to substitute quite a lot: just. Just is, I'll let you fill in on how often people use the word just for certain things. Especially when it comes to talking without being present. I wasn't just yapping like Oz might be suggesting. This is a very important discussion between you and me. But hear me out. Might not be clear that I'm talking to more than one person at the same time, so that is probably on me, largely because I don't like putting chat on screen. Right. So that's it. I don't know why, but you feel like if there's a situation you apologize in, you should only apologize if there was another option that would mean you shouldn't apologize. I don't know why, but you feel like if there's a situation I apologize in, I should only apologize if there was another option that would mean I shouldn't apologize. Okay, so if I was right or wrong. Oh, right, yeah, I knew that when they said about yapping. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah. So, that's an interesting thought. So whether you're wrong or right, or you're at fault or not, because if you have a way to defend yourself as being the person not at fault, then you should apologize or not apologize. I can see that. I can empathize with that. I look at it as, how do I move forward without implicating whether who is right or wrong. For myself, not for the other person. I apologize in order to maintain decorum. I don't apologize necessarily for concerning whether I'm right or wrong. So I don't apologize because I have to consider that I might not be wrong. I've done something. I'm involved in something. So if someone is upset, there is something wrong, not whether how wrong I am or how right I am. And being more right than wrong doesn't mean you have to doesn't qualify if you don't have to apologize or apologize. So it's a degree of apology, not a 0 or a 1. So if another person's fault, it's both our faults, whether if it's a fault or not. Like if someone misunderstood, it's also my fault. I prefer to share the blame and or take on the blame in order to turn it into a point of strength. I feel like, and this is a bit narcissistic, but I feel I can take on that than having for the other person to feel guilt or anything. And sometimes that person reciprocates. So you get the whole weird funny thing that happens, like, oh no, like we both misunderstood each other. That's perfectly fine. And then there's camaraderie. We try to solve or use that as a learning experience. But when I think of the world, when people think, oh, I shouldn't have to apologize because I'm not wrong, there's a misunderstanding. So both people are at fault regardless. Like in some way, some shape, you have done something to be involved. It's a two-body problem. So disagreements, when you have to apologize, you've done something that perpetuated a situation. Whether that person misunderstood you, it involves both of you. So I prefer to take the initiative to apologize first. That's and apologize for the misunderstanding. Like there's to me, if you are doing it for the sake of conversation, is there not a chance that you aren't genuinely sorry for what you did if the reason for being sorry is unrelated to fault? What do you mean? Like you're talking about isolating the facts from the apology. It's always genuine to apologize, or I'm gonna say always here. It's always genuine to apologize for a misunderstanding because it's always your fault that there is a misunderstanding. Whether you are right about the facts or not, you can argue about that all you want afterwards. I'm not apologizing for whether I'm right or wrong. I'm apologizing for your misunderstanding. Like, we have a misunderstanding. That is a fact. So you can never be disingenuous about apologizing for having a misunderstanding. So if someone does not understand that, then they don't place the person's feelings before they place their own righteous indignation. So if I'm right, I'm still going to apologize because there's a misunderstanding, no matter what. If someone says, oh, you're wrong, we have a disagreement, I'm sorry for your discomfort. That will always be true. When you ever have to consider a chance in a time where you have to apologize, it's a disagreement. And that disagreement came about because you and that person are involved in the disagreement. I am apologizing for that. That is not for the sake of conversation or the sake of being disingenuous. I personally care about the person's feelings before any discussion should happen. If you care more about whether you are correct or not, in my opinion, you do not empathize with other people. and I would be less likely to correct you. I would be more withdrawn, and I would not take into consideration your feelings because there's no mutual respect for that. Yeah, so I am always genuine about being sorry for something I perpetuated. If someone says, I hate your face, I'm sorry that my face is so unattractive to you. Or like, oh man, dude, you never play this game. Like, you're boring, you suck. Sorry that you find that so upsetting. I hope you find another person that is more entertaining to you. Someone that will keep you entertained and show you how to really play a game or enjoy playing a game and interacting with strangers online. Because that is something I can't change. I'm apologizing for something that I have already done to someone else. And genuinely, that can't be any more than that. How well is that received? Not really. Like, it could be someone like talking to you right now. That situation can still happen. Where someone's like, oh, you just apologize all the time when people disagree with you. And I'm like, yes, I do. It's like, well, then the apology is meaningless. It's like, well, I hope that's not the case, because people who find disagreement, they find it very discomforting. And I prefer to apologize first before discussing the nature of that discomfort and disagreement. I have more success apologizing for making someone unintentionally, maybe not even my fault, discomforting, than not apologizing at all and telling them that I am right and I should not be at fault and they should go like bark up a different tree or something, which that is a thing I cannot control. But I genuinely do apologize for people's feelings before anything else. I think facts and righteous indignation, that type of stuff, may make whoever is right feel great, and it often goes south for the person who don't feel great, and that makes far more enemies than someone telling me I'm like a sociopath who don't feel truly sorry and I say sorry all the time. In fact, apologizing is a very Eastern culture thing in public. You apologize first, because regardless of the fact you've done something to be in that situation, there are extraneous circumstances. I can tell, like, maybe another way to like frame this is, when is it that I don't apologize? Like, are there times then I don't apologize if it's not my fault? If a meteorite slams into my house and kills me, or a meteorite slams into another person's house, it's very difficult to be genuinely sorry for that. Because it's my fault kind of situation. Like, it's my fault that the meteor landed on your house. If I say sorry in that situation, then it's probably not genuine. I don't know in what reason it would be compelled for me to say that, but I think a situation would be, I have no idea what else to say. I'll give you a real good one for our next game, the game that we're going to play soon, Claire Obscured. Sometimes when people lose a loved one, I don't know what else to say other than I'm sorry. But the problem is, if someone is really, really mean and call me out on it, they could possibly say I'm not genuine about it because I did not lose anyone in that time. And truly, I would agree with you. Condolences are one of the easily used cases where to be sorry for someone is almost inexplicably detached. And Claire Obscured did a great scene with that about condolences. It's a really big mixed bag. You think you'll nearly always use apologies just when you believe you're at fault for something, as I couldn't genuinely feel sorrow for something that you don't believe it's your fault you're at fault for? That's fair. So that means that the situations that you talked about, you don't believe that you're at fault for a disagreement that involves you. So that's how I view things, right? That's yeah, actually that's a very good point. You feel sorrow for people who have lost a loved one without feeling you're at fault. Exactly. Claire Obscure had a beautiful scene where their soul was trying to console Maëlle for the loss of Gustave, and initially it came off as a stranger telling her to feel better, and then she lashed out, and then afterwards they made up and say, Maëlle said like, yeah, you know, after it sets and settle, one can't offer unconditional condolences to each other because loss is very unique and its ending kind of unique. So there are many situations where I would say if you find me apologizing for those type of situations, I would say something's really off about me. Like, I would not be very comfortable in saying I was genuine about feeling sorry. However, I would apologize for my inability to say anything better. So I'm not genuinely sorry for your loss because it's difficult for me to feel that way, but I'm sorry because I don't know what to say to make you feel better in those situations. And that is probably one of my weakest points. Like, I do not know how to help people in situations where you can't possibly understand it. And those things can be truly genuine. But in terms of the apology thing, when there's a disagreement, I agree with you whenever it's those situations where I'm genuinely not at fault because it's happenstance. But we're not talking about happenstance. You were talking about when someone has a disagreement, and in the situation I was apologizing in the Merry Christmas and the Happy Holidays, I'm literally one of the participants. So in no way can I ever rationalize I'm not at fault. But you're able to. So that's perfectly fine. That's righteous indignation. That's prideful thinking. And that can work really well because I'll give you an example where it can work. We talked about a private life, right? About women. You asked about personal questions, which I love to be transparent about these things. One thing is to defend your significant other, right? Defend your significant other by either apologizing or double downing and not apologizing. That's a great example of where my significant partner would be a very specific person that is not very similar to your potential significant partner, which is the idea that which one shows more strength, the ability to apologize to someone at a risk of escalating conflict, or standing your ground and saying it's not your fault, so there's nothing to be apologized. And that is one of the really wonderful things that can tell what type of people you're with. It's a subtle difference in which the situation creates dramatically opposite outcomes. I would apologize, and my partner would find it incredibly, well, my friends would find it incredibly strong and brave. Alternatively, someone that wouldn't apologize because they think they're not at fault because they have some righteous ability to know that they are correct and that circumvents the nature of the action, would stand their ground, and that would be strength as well. And that's a good place to stop for that. all right. That's a good talk. I really should get to clear up scared. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I mean, All right, what I usually give a rating after the app about Neverwinter's first week. I think it's a solid 5. They get 2 points, in my opinion. Okay, they get 1 point, well above average. Okay, 2 points. 2 points to be well above average. Wonderful, like adaptation of this map. This map is fantastic. I think it's probably the only map per se. That's wonderful. I hope maybe they expand a second one in the next module, like do a 2-module thing. That's cool. And then those 2 points are completely erased by the redundancy that they placed on lowering, in my opinion, because I have to make a wait. Wow, this map is really fantastically wonderful. It is exacerbated by all the trade-offs that this map requires. More looping, more travel time, all the stuff, the sheen of wonderfully interacting with this is bogged down, in my opinion, by the quality of life that is a live service game. So seeing myself doing this 10 times, it's a 5 out of 10, which is average. For me, again, I don't use the scale of the weighted scale of the internet. 5 is average, as in 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. That's Cryptic. It seems like things were, the last couple modules were up. They were above average. This module, well, you can't keep going up, right? And this is more of a relative from the last couple modules. It's not like a net thing. I would say in the long history of all that it is Cryptic, this map is above average. And the current state of like the daily and stuff is still well below average. So in the end, 5 out of 10. Is there a limit to how many points you could give? All points are made up. Wait, what was that? What was that saying about the people in the game show? All points are made up. It's a case-by-case thing, and it's for the fun of it because a lot of people enjoy hearing. For me, this feels like an average experience. There are things that are above average, and then there are things that are below average. I think the thing that really stuck out this time is the big elephant in the room, and they increased dramatically how much repetitious time there is. And I think live service games do not benefit from repetitious action, but more like spread out action. So as opposed to spacing out the length of time like across this, like here and here, they bundled it up and even continue to reduce the speed of the first 4, which are easily, in my opinion, the most shining weeks of a new expansion. Now, in my opinion, the first week feels as slow as everything past the 4th week, which my thought was they might streamline the last 6 weeks. Instead, we see a slowdown of the first week. A little bit disappointing, and that aspect is very difficult to overcome because that's actually how much time you're using and all the time we have for discussing things. So starting from now to the foreseeable future, I think I'm going to set a time limit, right? A time limit. I either finish one character. If it takes more than 3 hours, I'll finish the 1 character loop so we can figure out what's in this week, which is what I did. I'm on my 2nd character actually. Before it was 3 characters no matter what. Now it's 1 character no matter what. And then if it's less than 3 hours, whatever I can get done within the 3 hours. And that's my limit, because my schedule has changed and my priorities have changed since the last time. So with that said, a solid 5 out of 10 for week 1. We'll see what week 2 and week 3 and so on. Perhaps there's a method to the madness. I wouldn't hold my breath After 12 years of Cryptic, I wouldn't hold my breath, but leaderships have changed and ownership has changed. So perhaps. All right. With that, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. We're gonna watch this later and find a bunch of disagreements. I'm sorry you feel that way to some extent, but I did make a lot of disclaimers in the beginning. I'm more about the lifestyle choices and schedule choices. I play Neverwinter for this long in my life because, in my opinion, I choose lifestyle over content creation. So I'm still playing this game now consistently because I exercise my discipline. So this is the discipline. Other than that, feel free to join along. Neverwinter is still free, by the way. It's still a free to play live service game. Pick it up, give me your hot takes. Maybe you'll disagree with me very strongly and we can have a great discussion about it. Until next time, see ya next Monday. That's reset day, and I'll catch up all my characters and see how far we can go. Maybe it'll be a fun contest. We'll make it a contest to see if I can optimize this crazy grind loop into 3 hours and get all 3 characters completed in 3 hours. That'll be a fun 9-week challenge, right? And I didn't even get to do dungeons, but this is the nature of Neverwinter streams. Live service, we do a lot of yapping because that's what live service is. I yap a lot because you want to chill and talk while playing these games. Like when I play Hearthstone, we yap and talk a lot. When you play Minecraft, yap and talk. That's what I do. I brainstorm and stuff during it. So if you're not into this, I'm sorry that you came across my channel somehow when you don't want to do this. But for me, it's going to be the common theme for everything. Right. Regardless of all, I'm sorry you had to change your schedule and priorities. You'll go to lurking. No, I don't. It's not. I didn't change my schedule or priorities. Well, I didn't change my priorities. I altered my schedule based on my priorities, and my priorities hadn't changed, of course. All right. Thanks for the chatter. We can still talk about it in Clear Obscure. I just need to switch to Clear Obscure and then continue to chat. This is just to close off the Neverwinter thing. All right. Thanks for hanging out, folks. I'll see you next Monday. I'm going to get up now to go to the bathroom and stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Clear Obscure. Again, Procon. No priorities are changed. All right. Be right back.